Chapter 1. 11 weeks. 0347 hours, Luna Station. The Tactical Operations Center ran a skeleton night watch because there weren't enough ships left to justify a full crew. Lieutenant Commander Reva Okafor stood in front of the main display and updated a projection that nobody had asked her to update because the previous projection had become obsolete 4 hours ago when another ship undocked and died. The display was floor-to-ceiling, color-coded. Green for operational, amber for damaged, red for destroyed. The recycled air moved in its slow loop through the half-empty room, carrying the faint smell of burnt coffee from the pot someone had left on too long and nobody had bothered to clean. 3 of the 4 night watch officers were at their stations but not watching them. Watching the display instead, the way you watch something you can't look away from even when looking doesn't help. 2 years ago, the green had been a wall of it. 4,214 vessels, the combined fleet at full strength on the day the Hegemony delivered their ultimatum. Okafor remembered standing in a room exactly like this one on a different station, watching that number get briefed, and thinking that it felt like an impenetrable fact. 4,000 ships. That was a civilization defending itself. That was enough. She remembered the shift to amber. She remembered watching the red creep in from the edges, then from everywhere at once, then becoming the dominant color. The ocean the remaining green islands floated in. Now the green was a thin ribbon. 340 ships clustered behind Luna's gravitational shadow, where tidal interference patterns degraded the Hegemony's sensor performance just enough that undocking didn't guarantee death within the same watch. The interference wasn't reliable. It wasn't a shield. It was a delay. A few tenths of an astronomical unit of sensor degradation that bought a human vessel perhaps an extra 40 seconds of life after crossing the shadow edge. 40 seconds. The night watch officers had stopped making jokes about it 3 months ago. Okafor opened her projection file. The file was called Fleet Viability V47XLS, which meant she had updated it 47 times. She updated it again now. She had been running these numbers 3 times a week for 5 months, then twice a day for the last 6 weeks, then every 4 hours for the last 10 days, because the rate of attrition had stopped being a trend and had become a constant. 29.7 ships per week. That was the smoothed average across the last 8 weeks. She did not smooth it this time. Smoothing was a way of making the number feel more distant than it was, and she had decided that the number needed to feel close. She needed to feel what close felt like. Replacement construction rate from Earth's remaining shipyards, 0.4 ships per week. 1 frigate every 17.5 days, assuming the titanium supply held, assuming the beryllium supply held, assuming the dry docks repurposed from civilian manufacture could sustain the structural loading of military specification hulls for another build cycle without the maintenance downtime they hadn't had. She ran the intersection of attrition rate against replacement rate against current operational count. The combined fleet reached 0 operational vessels in 11.45 weeks. She rounded down because rounding up would be a kindness, and the situation was not in the business of kindness. Okafor typed, Fleet Viability. Window 11 weeks. She saved the file. She sent it to Admiral Chen's morning briefing queue, where it would join the previous 46 versions in a folder she suspected he opened the way you open a medical report you already know is bad, completely, because it would be worse not to. She took a sip of her coffee, which had gone cold sometime in the last hour without her noticing. 11 weeks. She set it to the empty room, to the wall of red with its thin green ribbon, to nobody in particular, just to hear what it sounded like outside a spreadsheet. That's not a war. That's a countdown. The recycled air hummed. Somewhere deep in the station's mechanical guts, a ventilation damper ticked at irregular intervals, a fault the maintenance roster no longer had enough personnel to fix. She had started noticing it in the quiet hours. It ticked every 47 seconds, then every 51, then every 44, drifting without pattern. She found it easier to work with it in the background than without it. Without it, the room was too quiet, too much like the void outside the hull. She went to get more coffee. She stood in front of the machine for a moment looking at it, then decided against and went to the mess hall instead, because the mess hall was 2 decks down and walking there was at least something to do with her body while her head kept running numbers. The mess hall at 0400 hours had the specific, institutional silence of a space built for thousands that now housed hundreds. The overhead panels were dimmed to night cycle. 2 crew members Okafor didn't recognize were eating at the far end without talking to each other. The serving line was shut down. She made coffee from the self-service station near the entrance, black, and sat at the nearest table and opened her datapad to the after-action reports from the previous 72 hours. She read them the way she read all documents. Linearly, without skimming, noting numbers. 3 frigates lost on a supply run to Mars. Sensor acquisition confirmed at 2.1 astronomical units, nearly a quarter of an AU inside maximum detection range, meaning the ships had been tagged while still decelerating from the transit burn before they had any opportunity to attempt a missions lockdown. Time from acquisition to weapons lock, 93 seconds. Time from lock to kill confirmation, 4 minutes, 17 seconds. Total life expectancy from the moment the Hegemony sensors saw them, 5 minutes, 50 seconds. A destroyer lost 9 minutes after leaving Luna's gravitational shadow. 9 minutes was the time it had taken the commanding officer to realize the shadow edge had shifted. Tidal interference patterns were not static. They moved with Luna's position relative to Earth's mass, and the morning's geometry had placed the shadow edge nearly 0.03 AU closer to the station than the navigator's chart predicted. They had been tagged before the mistake registered. The Vel'Kari patrol had not even had to redirect from its patrol arc. The destroyer was simply there, and then it was not. A corvette group. 4 ships attempting a diversionary sprint toward the asteroid belt, drawing fire to allow a supply drone to complete a run to the Ganymede depot. The diversionary sprint had lasted 4 minutes, 11 seconds from sensor acquisition to the destruction of the final vessel. The supply drone had completed its run successfully. 43 crew members had died so that a drone could deliver coolant and medical supplies to a depot that was running at 6% of pre-war capacity. She read the line about the drone completing its run successfully 3 times. Each time it meant the same thing. Each time it landed the same way. 7 ships in 72 hours, 41 minutes of combined engagement time. Average life expectancy per vessel after Hegemony sensor acquisition, 5 minutes, 51 seconds. She stared at that number for a moment. Then she wrote in the margin of her datapad, in the small, precise handwriting she used for notes she wasn't going to file, "We are not losing because we are weaker. We are losing because we are visible." She read the sentence back. It wasn't an insight. It was just a fact, stated in a way that hadn't been stated in any of the 47 briefings she had attended in the last 14 months. Everyone understood it. Nobody wrote it down like that, because writing it down like that made it feel like a problem that had a solution, and the consensus, unspoken, pervasive, the kind of consensus that settles into institutions like sediment, was that this particular problem did not have a solution. She went back to reading, to the Hegemony's multispectrum targeting array operated across 4,700 simultaneous electromagnetic bands, deep infrared through gamma. It correlated returns across all bands in real time using a predictive AI that modeled the expected energy signature of every known ship class in the galaxy, weighting detections by confidence and cross-referencing across the network of 340 relay buoys positioned throughout the Sol system approach corridor. The data on this system had been captured from a wrecked Vel'Kari probe 18 months ago, one of humanity's only intelligence coups of the war, and it had been briefed, circulated, rebriefed, and eventually absorbed into the background radiation of institutional despair. Everyone knew what the MSTA could do. Everyone knew the numbers. Detection range for a human frigate running standard emission profiles, 2.4 astronomical units. Detection range for the same frigate running full emissions lockdown, cold reactor, passive systems only, crew suited against vacuum, 1.9 astronomical units. The difference between screaming and whispering bought you half an AU. At combat approach velocities, half an AU was roughly 3 additional minutes of life, 3 minutes during which the Vel'Kari patrol received targeting data, confirmed the solution, and prosecuted the engagement while your crew breathed recycled air and waited for the hull to stop existing. The air recycler hummed. The ventilation damper ticked. Okafor finished the after-action reports at 0438 and refilled her coffee and considered going to sleep, which she had been considering at roughly this same hour every night for the last 3 weeks. She went back to her table instead and opened the full MSTA technical documentation, the captured file from the probe, the original, not the edited summary that had been briefed to command. It was 912 pages. She had read the first 300 pages twice. She had never read the back half, not the capabilities section. Every officer in the combined fleet had read the capabilities section. It was the first thing distributed after the probe data was processed, the first thing Chen had briefed, the first thing that had made everyone understand in precise technical terms why the war was being lost. The capabilities section was practically a memorial document at this point, read and absorbed and grieved over, and then set aside because there was nothing operationally useful in knowing the exact specifications of the thing that was killing you. She went to the calibration parameters, page 614. This section had not been briefed. It was not circulated. It was not, as far as she could determine, considered interesting by anyone whose job involved weapons, tactics, or anything that sounded like it might win a war. It was the section written by engineers for engineers, explaining the specific technical compromises that had produced the sensor's operational performance, the tolerances, the thresholds, the filtering logic, not what the system could see, how it decided what seeing meant. The MSTA processed an enormous volume of electromagnetic data across its 4,700 monitored bands, far more data than any processing architecture could handle without filtering. The calibration parameters described the filtering logic in considerable detail, which return types were forwarded to the predictive AI for confidence weighting, which were correlated across bands for composite assessment, and which were excluded from the tracking queues entirely. The exclusion category was the last section of the filtering logic chapter. It was 6 lines long. Sensor returns below the minimum discrimination threshold of 0.003%. Aggregate reflectivity across monitored bands are classified as null and excluded from tracking queues to prevent processing overflow from cosmic background noise. She read it again. She put her coffee down. 0.003% aggregate reflectivity. That was the floor. Anything above it, the system processed and tracked. Anything below it, the system classified as null and discarded, not flagged as low confidence, not queued for secondary review, not assigned a tentative track. Null. Filed. Gone. The absence of a return so complete that the sensor's calibration logic defined it as mathematically indistinguishable from the cosmic background radiation of empty space. The filter was not a weapon. It was not a vulnerability designed into the system by a negligent engineer. It was a sensible, necessary, defensible engineering compromise made by the people who had built the most sophisticated sensor array in the known galaxy, because you cannot process everything. You process everything that matters. Everything that matters is above the threshold. Everything below is background. Everything below is nothing. But nothing was a category. Nothing was a defined state. Nothing had a number attached to it, and the number was 0.003%. They don't filter out stealth ships, she thought. They filter out nothing. And if you could become nothing? She stopped. The way you stop mid-sentence when the sentence suddenly weighs more than you expected. The ventilation damper ticked. She finished the thought. The most advanced targeting array in the galaxy would classify you as background noise, bin you with the cosmic radiation, and move on. It wouldn't struggle to see you. It wouldn't register a partial contact or flag an anomaly. It would see nothing, because that's what you'd be. And nothing doesn't get tracked. Nothing doesn't get targeted. Nothing doesn't die 5 minutes and 51 seconds after undocking. She sat with that for a moment. The 2 crew members at the far end of the mess hall got up and left without looking at her. The overhead panels hummed at night cycle frequency. The ventilation damper ticked. She did not reach for her data pad. She did not open the projection file. She did not update any records or send any messages or do any of the things she was supposed to do in the 4 hours remaining before the morning watch. She opened the commercial browser on the mess hall's public terminal. The terminal was intended for personal use, ordering goods, accessing civilian communications, browsing the open Galnet catalog. It did not interface with the military intelligence network. It did not log to any system Chen's morning briefing team would review. She typed into the search bar, industrial-grade light-absorbing coatings, commercial availability. The cursor blinked, patient, indifferent to the weight of the question. Behind her, the ventilation damper ticked. 340 ships waited in the shadow of a moon, counting down to a number that didn't have a morning after it. And a logistics officer who had never fired a weapon in combat, who had never been briefed on tactics or strategy or anything that sounded like winning, was sitting in an empty mess hall at 0442 reading a footnote that the most expensive military apparatus in the galaxy had written, certified, filed, and forgotten. Chapter 2. Decorative Surface Treatment. 72 hours after the mess hall, Okafor's quarters looked like the aftermath of a research project that had gotten away from someone. The bunk had not been properly slept in. The desk was covered in printouts. spectral absorption charts, sensor band specification tables, materials science papers she had pulled from Earth's academic archive at 2 in the morning and 3 in the morning, and once at 4:47 because she had woken up thinking about the thermal cycling degradation model and couldn't go back to sleep until she checked it. 3 separate printouts of the Armament Classification Treaty of 2847 were spread across the right half of the desk, each annotated in different colors of stylus ink, because she had read it 3 times and noticed different things each time. She had not told anyone what she was looking for. She had not filed any preliminary reports, raised any flags, or mentioned the mess hall to a single colleague. She had built a spreadsheet in her personal workspace, not the fleet logistics system, not any network that reported upward, and she had been feeding it data for 3 days. The problem was clean in its architecture, even if the solution had not yet presented itself. The Hegemony's multi-spectrum targeting array classified any sensor return below 0.003% aggregate reflectivity as null. Background noise. Binned and discarded. Invisible by definition. If you could reduce a ship's aggregate reflectivity below that threshold across all 4,700 monitored bands simultaneously, the MSTA would not see a stealth contact or a reduced track or an anomalous return. It would see nothing. It would file the nothing and move on to the next sector. The question was whether any material in existence could do that. Not in a lab, not theoretically. On a warship hull in space under operational conditions, at a price that didn't require manufacturing infrastructure that no longer existed. She had started with the obvious candidates and worked outward from there. Standard military anti-detection coatings, the kind Earth's defense labs had been developing before the war, made advanced materials research a secondary priority behind keeping the remaining shipyards running. Reduced aggregate reflectivity to somewhere between 8 and 15% across the monitored bands. The exact figure depended on the formulation, the application thickness, and the hull alloy underneath. 8 to 15%. Against the MSTA's 4,700 bands, 8% was not a reduction in detectability. It was a rounding error. The Hegemony's sensors would still see a clear, unambiguous contact. The only difference was that the contact would reflect slightly less radiation before they killed it. Experimental metamaterial absorbers were better. Earth's Advanced Materials Research Program had achieved 2.1% aggregate reflectivity in controlled laboratory conditions in 2831, using molecular beam epitaxy equipment housed in a facility on Titan that the Hegemony had destroyed in the second month of the war. 2.1% was 700 times above the minimum discrimination threshold, and it had required 11 months of production time and 4.3 million credits per square meter of panel. The program no longer existed. The equipment no longer existed. The facility no longer existed. 2.1% was a dead end in 4 directions simultaneously, and Okafor had spent approximately 40 minutes on it before moving on. She had been working through the commercial materials science literature for 31 hours, filtering by absorption profile and cross-referencing against the MSTA's monitored band specifications, when she found Vantablack 9. The entry was in the Surface Zero Ltd commercial catalog, 3rd page of the Industrial Surface Coatings section, subsection Optical Baffling Materials. Surface Zero was a Ganymede-based subsidiary of a Vel'Kari licensed chemical conglomerate. Their primary market was the precision optics industry. They made coatings for the interiors of deep space telescope housings, ground-based observatory instruments, sensor baffles, and spectrograph chambers, wherever eliminating internal light reflections was critical to instrument accuracy. It was a niche product line serving a niche market, and the catalog design reflected this: functional, unadorned, written for buyers who knew what they needed and were not going to be persuaded by marketing copy. Vanta Black 9 was their highest performance product. Originally developed for deep space optical telescope baffling, where the thermal environment of orbit made previous formulations prone to outgassing in ways that contaminated the instrument optics. The specification sheet listed its electromagnetic absorption profile as 99.965% across a spectral range of 200 nanometers to 14 micrometers, ultraviolet through long-wave infrared. The sheet also noted its performance across the microwave and millimeter wave bands, the near-infrared, and 3 separate notes about specific narrow-band exceptions where absorption dropped marginally due to molecular resonance effects. She read the notes. The narrow-band exceptions were at frequencies outside the MSTA's monitored range. She fed the absorption profile into her spreadsheet alongside the MSTA's 4,700 band specifications. At 3-code application with the manufacturer's recommended VB9 bonding primer, the spreadsheet returned an aggregate reflectivity figure of 0.0021%. She checked the formula. Correct. She checked the input data. Correct. She checked the band weighting methodology she had derived from the MSTA calibration parameters. Correct. 0.0021%. The minimum discrimination threshold was 0.003%. 0.0021 was below 0.003 by a margin of 0.0009%. It was not a large margin. It was not a comfortable margin, but it was below. She ran the degradation model. Vanta Black 9 would degrade under operational space conditions: UV exposure from the sun at varying distances, thermal cycling between the deep shadow temperatures of -170 degrees and the solar-facing temperatures of +120, micrometeorite abrasion at whatever flux rate the operational zone experienced. Her model estimated approximately 2.3% effectiveness loss per standard day under typical conditions. She ran the degraded aggregate reflectivity at 10% coating loss, 20%, 30%, 40%. At 40% coating degradation, well past the point where the paint would show visible cracking and surface failure, the aggregate reflectivity climbed to 0.0029%, still below 0.003. The margin at 40% degradation was effectively 0.0001%, a rounding error, but below. Effective operational window, approximately 40 standard days from application before the degradation curve crossed the minimum discrimination threshold. She sat with that number for a moment. 40 days was not permanent. 40 days was a timer, not a solution. But 40 days was also 39 days and 18 hours longer than the current operational life expectancy of any human vessel that undocked from Luna Station and crossed the Hegemony's sensor perimeter. She opened the Surface Zero catalog to the pricing section. Vanta Black 9, 20-liter drums. Coverage rate at recommended 3-code application, 8.2 square meters per liter. Price, 14.7 credits per liter. She pulled up the Valiant-class Corvette hull geometry specification from the engineering database. Total exterior hull surface area, approximately 9,400 square meters. At 8.2 square meters per liter, coating one Corvette required 1,000, 146 liters of VB9. At 14.7 credits per liter, that was 16,847 credits per hull. She looked at that number for a moment. 16,847 credits. The replacement cost of a Valiant-class corvette, including reactor assembly and weapons fit, was 240 million credits. She was looking at a coating that cost less than 1/10,000th of the vehicle it would protect. She pulled the current strike fleet composition from the operational database. 12 corvettes at 9,400 square meters each. 6 Ardent-class frigates at 17,800 square meters each. 2 Acheron-class destroyers at 28,400 square meters each. She summed the areas. 114,000 square meters of hull, approximately, across the entire strike-capable fleet. At 8.2 square meters per liter, she needed 13,902 liters to coat everything at 3 coats. She rounded up to 14,000. There would be waste. There would be spills. There would be variables she couldn't name yet but had learned over 14 years of logistics work to budget for anyway. 200,000 credits. She said it quietly to the spreadsheet. That's less than we spend on coffee for Luna Station in a fiscal quarter. The Hegemony had spent 2.7 trillion credits developing the MSTA. The figure was in the probe intelligence package, buried in a budget allocation appendix that had been briefed once and filed. 2.7 trillion credits for the sensor network that was killing a human ship every 5 hours and 51 minutes on average. 14.7 credits per liter. She closed the costing tab and opened the legal analysis document she had been building in parallel. The Armament Classification Treaty of 2847 had been ratified by 4,412 species and governed the development, deployment, and use of prohibited weapons technologies across hegemony-aligned space. Its armaments prohibition chapter was Article 14. She had read it 7 times now. She was going to read it again. Article 14 prohibited any device, system, or countermeasure, whether active or passive, designed to reduce, mask, spoof, or otherwise interfere with the detectability of a vessel, installation, or asset by electromagnetic, gravitational, or quantum sensor systems. Development, sanctions, deployment, enforcement action, use in active armed conflict, rogue state classification, meaning every Vel'Kari military asset in the theater was authorized to treat the violating party as a legitimate target without diplomatic process. This was why humanity had never developed stealth coatings. Any material designed to reduce detectability fell under the Article 14 prohibition. The clause was why Earth's Advanced Materials Research Program had worked on metamaterial absorbers in strict secrecy, why the existence of 2.1% reflectivity research had never been formally published, why the program had been structured as an academic collaboration rather than a military contract. None of it had mattered. The program was gone, the equipment was gone, and the treaty was still there. She read Article 14 for the 8th time, and she read it the way she read everything, looking for the load-bearing element, the specific word on which the whole structure rested. She had highlighted 3 different words across 3 different readings: countermeasure, active, passive. None of them were the word. She had been reading around the word without landing on it until this pass. The word was designed. Any device or system designed to reduce detectability. Designed. not capable of reducing detectability, not used to reduce detectability, not purchased with the intent of reducing detectability, designed, the original documented purpose of the manufacturer, the design intent as filed with the relevant commercial and patent authorities. The intended function as certified by the Galactic Commerce Authority at the time of product registration. Vantablack 9 had not been designed to reduce detectability. It had been designed to baffle telescope interiors. Its original product development filing, its patent registration under Galactic Patent Number GAN-PAT 2831-0094, and its Galactic Commerce Authority Product Safety Certification all documented the same intended purpose: elimination of internal electromagnetic reflections within precision optical instrument housings. Industrial and decorative surface treatment. The product's commercial classification was Section 4412 of the Galactic Commerce Code, subsection 7, paragraph B, non-restricted industrial surface coatings, decorative. Not military, not restricted, not a countermeasure, not a device, not a system. Paint. The fact that this paint absorbed enough electromagnetic radiation to place a coated surface below the MSTA's minimum discrimination threshold was not a design feature. It was physics. The molecules absorbed radiation because absorbing radiation was what they did. At that formulation, at that application thickness, in that spectral range. They did it on telescope housings. They did it on observatory baffles. They would do it on a ship hull with precisely the same indifference to context, because molecules did not read procurement intent. They banned every device designed to hide a ship. She said it to the empty quarters, testing it for weaknesses. They never thought to ban a color. No weakness presented itself. She opened a commercial procurement requisition form in the non-military purchasing channel, the correct channel for a product classified under GCC, Section 4412, subsection 7, paragraph B. She filled in the fields without hesitation. The hesitation had been in the 3 days of spreadsheets. The form was just a form. Supplier: Surface Zero LT, Ganymede Commercial Depot. Product: Vantablack 9 Industrial Coating. Quantity: 14,000 liters. Unit price: 14.7 credits per liter. Intended use: decorative surface treatment, hull refurbishment. Authorizing regulation: GCC 4412.7 subsection B. Non-restricted industrial surface coatings, decorative. She looked at the intended use field for 4 seconds. Then she pressed submit. The Galactic Commerce Authority's automated processing system received the order and performed its 2 standard checks: buyer account balance and product restricted list status. The buyer account held sufficient credit. The product classification, Section 4412, subsection 7, paragraph B, did not appear on the restricted materials list because it was paint, and paint had never required a restricted list review, because nobody had ever asked whether paint should be restricted, because that was not a question that arose about paint. The processing time was 0.3 seconds. Order: GAN 442-7781B confirmed. Vantablack 9. Industrial coating, 14,000 L. Delivery, Ganymede Commercial Depot. Estor 4 standard days. Thank you for your purchase. At the bottom of the confirmation screen, a small automated note. This transaction had triggered repeat customer status with Surface Zero LT, and her next qualifying order would receive a 5% loyalty discount automatically applied at checkout. She read the confirmation twice, Then she opened a new document and began calculating primer requirements, application equipment specifications, atmospheric ventilation needs, and crew hour estimates per hull class. She had 4 standard days before the paint arrived. That was enough time to plan the application. It was also enough time for 14,000 liters of the darkest material in commercial availability to travel from Ganymede to Luna Station, cleared through the Hegemony's own commercial freight network. Under a product classification the Hegemony's own Commerce Authority had certified, carrying a transaction number generated by the Hegemony's own automated systems. The Hegemony's automated commerce system had just approved the purchase of its own defeat and sent a complimentary 5% loyalty discount. She folded the confirmation printout and put it in her breast pocket. Then she got back to work. Chapter 3. The Worst Paint Job in Military History. Cargo Base 7 on Luna Station was a standard military maintenance facility. Overhead gantry cranes, scaffolding rigs bolted to the deck in 4 configurations, tool lockers along the starboard wall, ventilation ducts wide enough to walk through running the length of the ceiling. It smelled of machine oil and hull sealant and the particular metallic sharpness of recycled station air that had been circulating through engine compartments for too long. It had held, at various points in the war, torpedo casings awaiting fusing, reactor components awaiting installation, and once, memorably, a frigate's entire propulsion assembly after an emergency extraction that the maintenance logs described as an uncontrolled separation event and that Chief Petty Officer Tomasz Kowalski described using words that did not appear in the maintenance logs. This morning it held 43 maintenance crew members, 6 supply sergeants, and a pallet of 720-liter drums of Vanta Black 9 industrial coating, freshly delivered from the Ganymede Commercial Depot via standard commercial freight, cleared through the Hegemony's own shipping network without a single flag. The drums were matte black, not the flat gray black of military equipment or the glossy black of consumer electronics, but a black that seemed to absorb the overhead lighting instead of reflecting it, so that each drum looked slightly less present than the objects around it. The Surface Zero logo was printed on the side in white, a cheerful cartoon sun with a smile being swallowed by a spreading void. The product tagline, in the same cheerful font, "When darkness is the point." Lieutenant Commander Okafor stood at the front of the assembled crew in front of a holographic display showing a Valiant-class Corvette hull schematic with arrows indicating paint application direction, coverage zones, and recommended stroke patterns. She had prepared the briefing the way she prepared all briefings, with complete information in logical sequence without adjectives. She explained the physics, the absorption profile, the minimum discrimination threshold, the 0.0021% aggregate reflectivity at 3-coat application, and what that number meant relative to the 0.003% gate that determined whether the MSTA classified a return as a contact or filed it as nothing. She explained the legal framework, the Armament Classification Treaty's Design Intent Clause, the Galactic Commerce Code classification, the purchase receipt, which was filed, documented, and entirely in order. She explained the plan. Coat the fleet, every hull, every antenna housing, every torpedo casing, every escape pod hatch, every surface that could be reached by a roller or a sprayer. 3 coats minimum with VB9 bonding primer as the base layer. Application to begin immediately. Target completion. 9 days. The silence that followed was not the respectful silence of a military unit receiving orders. It was the silence of 49 people attempting to determine whether their superior officer had suffered some kind of acute cognitive event, and if so, whether they were obligated to report it and to whom. Chief Petty Officer Tomasz Kowalski was the first to speak. He was 57 years old, built like a man who had spent 3 decades doing things to warships with his hands, and his face had the specific quality of someone who had seen a great many bad ideas in his career and had developed an efficient taxonomy for them. He raised one hand approximately 4 centimeters, which was his version of requesting the floor. "You want me to paint a warship," he said, "with house paint. Using rollers we don't have, primer that doesn't work, in an atmosphere that will kill us, on a deadline that's impossible." He paused. "Ma'am, with respect, have you done this before?" "Nobody's done this before," Okafor said. "That's the point." Kowalski absorbed this. Then he began his objections, which were immediate, specific, and delivered in the tone of a man who respected the problem too much to be anything but exact about it. The paint was rated for atmospheric application. Nobody had tested it in vacuum. VB9. Bonding primer required a minimum cure temperature of 12 degrees Celsius. Hull exteriors in Luna's shadow sat at negative 170 degrees Celsius. The material safety data sheet classified the fumes as Category 3 inhalation hazard, with the recommendation to ensure adequate ventilation, which they could not ensure in a sealed cargo bay with a recycled air system designed for welding emissions. Application by roller at recommended 3-coat thickness meant approximately 42,000 man-hours of labor. They had 11 weeks and a maintenance crew of 43. The specification called for high-density closed-cell foam rollers, 230 millimeters wide. These were warships. They stocked arc welders. They did not stock foam rollers. Okafor waited for him to finish. Then, "Requisition the rollers." Kowalski looked at her for a moment. "Right," he said. Supply Sergeant Emeka Adeyemi, standing at the back of the group with a data pad and an expression suggesting he had already identified which regulations were about to be violated, raised his own hand. "I want it on the record, ma'am, that I have preliminary concerns about the ventilation situation." "Noted," Okafor said. "Waiver filed. Let's get started." Day 1 began with the primer, and the primer did not work. VB9. Bonding primer was designed to create a molecular adhesion layer between the Vantablack coating and a substrate surface. The manufacturer's documentation specified that it bonded reliably to glass, aluminum, treated polymers, and most composite structural materials. The documentation did not specify titanium-nickel alloy, which was what Valiant-class corvette hulls were made of, because the manufacturer's primary customers were observatory operators and telescope engineers, who did not work with titanium-nickel military hull plating. The primer went on correctly in the first pass. 2 hours later, it had sheeted off in long, translucent ribbons that puddled on the cargo bay floor and smelled of something Kowalski described as burnt plastic and regret. Okafor called Surface Zero technical support. Hold time, 47 minutes. The hold music was a Vel'Kari pop song about the pleasures of solar commerce that played in full at least 3 times before a technician answered. The technician was audibly confused by the nature of the call. A military logistics officer asking about bonding failures on a military alloy for a quantity of paint that suggested an application surface the size of a moderate building. He did not ask follow-up questions about this. He suggested roughening the substrate surface with 120 grit abrasive before primer application to improve mechanical adhesion. Kowalski's team began hand-sanding the exterior hull of a Valiant-class corvette with commercial sandpaper. They sanded for 9 hours. The hull surface was 9,400 square meters. Day 2. The sanding worked. The primer bonded. The first coat of VB9 went on at 0800 hours using standard paint rollers that Adeyemi had requisitioned from a civilian supply depot on the station's commercial level. Foam handled, 230 millimeters, exactly as specified. By 0941, the chemical hazard alarm in Cargo Bay 7 had triggered for the 6th time. By 1100 hours, it had triggered 17 times. The ventilation system, designed to handle welding fumes at a rate appropriate for routine maintenance operations, was not designed to handle the volatile organic compound off-gassing of industrial-grade Vantablack coating applied across several hundred square meters simultaneously. The station's atmospheric scrubbers registered an alert. Adeyemi filed a safety complaint. Painting shifts were reduced to 90 minutes of exposure with full respirators between rotation. Okafor filed a waiver for the complaint. Adeyemi filed a complaint about the waiver. Okafor filed a waiver for the complaint about the waiver. Day 3 produced the micro-ridge problem. Roller application, it turned out, was not geometrically uniform. The foam roller laid paint in parallel tracks, a slightly thicker band at the roller's contact point, a slightly thinner valley between strokes. Under standard conditions, this produced a cosmetically acceptable but mechanically non-uniform surface. Under MSTA analysis conditions, the thicker ridges reflected 0.004% more radiation than the thinner valleys. 0.004% was above the minimum discrimination threshold. Approximately 12% of the hull surface was covered in micro-ridges that would be visible to the MSTA as a faint, irregular contact, not a clear ship signature, but above the line that divided contact from nothing. 12% was not acceptable. Kowalski proposed spray application. They rigged a commercial paint sprayer to a compressed nitrogen line from the station's welding supply. The sprayer ran for 9 minutes before the nozzle clogged. Vantablack 9 was too viscous at application temperature for a standard spray nozzle opening. Kowalski pulled the nozzle, studied it for 30 seconds, picked up a drill, and bored it out by 2 millimeters. The modified sprayer ran for 3 hours before clogging again. He bored out 4 more nozzles from spare parts stock. They now had a 5-nozzle rotation. Spray until clog, swap nozzle, clear the clogged one, repeat. Adeyemi filed his 3rd safety complaint, this time about the modified sprayer, which was not certified for use with volatile organic compound coatings. Okafor filed the waiver before he finished typing. Day 4. Temperature failures at the hull's cold side sections, where the cargo bay's thermal regulation could not maintain the primer's minimum cure temperature across the full hull surface simultaneously. Sections of the hull near the bay's heating vents cured correctly. Sections near the outer bulkhead, where Luna's shadow brought the ambient temperature below the primer's 12-degree minimum, failed to cure and began peeling within 4 hours of application. Kowalski spent 40 minutes standing in front of the problem with his arms crossed and then disappeared into the station's agricultural section and returned 2 hours later with a scaffolding-mounted array of industrial grow lamps, requisitioned, without paperwork, on the grounds that paperwork would have taken longer than moving the lamps. The agricultural section filed a formal complaint about missing grow lamps. Okafor filed a waiver. The agricultural section filed a complaint about the waiver. Okafor filed a waiver for the complaint about the waiver, which she noted to Kowalski was becoming a pattern. "That'll hold," Kowalski said, meaning the grow lamps. He was correct. Day 5. Petty Officer First Class Diallo, assigned to the starboard-aft hull section of the corvette's lower fuselage, misjudged the edge of the scaffolding platform while repositioning a paint drum and knocked it over. 20 liters of Vantablack 9 spread across the cargo bay floor. The cleanup took 4 hours. The nature of the cleanup was complicated by the fundamental property of the substance being cleaned. You could not see it on the floor because it absorbed the overhead lighting as completely as it absorbed everything else, and the spill appeared not as a dark pool, but as an absence in the floor, a void-shaped patch where the light simply stopped. 3 crew members, not having been warned about the spill's location, walked into it. The medical bay subsequently reported 2 sprained ankles and 1 fractured wrist. Okafor filed 3 waivers, updated the procurement waste estimate upward, and made a note in her logistics model under a new line item she labeled anticipated spillage, variable, which she would later formalize under the name the Diallo Spillage Index after the 3rd incident. Adeyemi's safety complaint count reached 6. He had begun numbering them. Day 6. The first corvette was done. It sat in Cargo Bay 7 under the overhead industrial lighting, surrounded by scaffolding rigs and paint-stained drop sheets and the chemical residue of 5 days of industrial application. And it did not look like a dark ship. It did not look like a black ship. It did not look like any ship Kowalski had seen in 34 years of maintenance work, and he had seen ships in every state of damage, disrepair, and creative modification that a wartime maintenance schedule could produce. It looked absent. The overhead lights illuminated the scaffolding and the floor and the tool lockers along the wall and the faces of the maintenance crew standing around it. They reflected off every surface in the bay with the ordinary, unremarkable efficiency of photons doing what photons do. The corvette absorbed them, not dramatically. There was no visual distortion, no shimmer, no special effect. The ship simply did not participate in the light. Where everything else reflected and gleamed and existed in the normal way of things, the corvette was a shape-shaped void. The brain tried to read it as a hole in the bay wall and found the geometry wrong. It tried to read it as a shadow and found no light source that could have cast it. It gave up, eventually, and settled on something like, "That space there is not a thing I can see." Kowalski stood in front of it for a long time. His crew stood around him, nobody talking. The chemical hazard alarm, which had been triggered 41 times across 5 days, did not trigger. The ventilation hum filled the silence in its place. "The ugliest thing I've ever seen," Kowalski said at last, quietly, to the ship or to himself or to nobody in particular. "It's going to work." Okafor was at the reflectometer. She ran the scan. The reading came back. 0.0023% aggregate reflectivity across all monitored bands. Below 0.003. Below the minimum discrimination threshold. Below the line that divided contact from nothing. She made a note in the spreadsheet. Then she went to Admiral Chen's office and briefed him on the 18-page classified document she had prepared, which contained the physics, the legal analysis, the procurement receipts, the application methodology, the degradation model, and a cost breakdown that she had checked 4 times because she was not confident that numbers this small were correct. Chen read it alone in his office twice. He called her in. He looked at her across his desk for a moment. Then, "Lieutenant Commander, you're telling me the plan to save humanity from extinction is a weekend home improvement project?" "Yes, sir," Okafor said, "but we'll need more rollers." Chen was quiet for a moment in the way that meant he had already decided and was verifying that he was comfortable with the decision. Then he signed the authorization. The order was classified top secret, void coat. It authorized the coating of the entire remaining strike fleet, procurement of all necessary materials and equipment, and hazard pay for Kowalski's maintenance crew, backdated to day 1. 20 ships, the full strike-capable fleet. Every hull, every antenna housing, every torpedo casing, every escape pod hatch. Okafor returned to Cargo Bay 7. Kowalski was already studying the corvette with a handheld reflectometer, checking the reading against his own copy of the MDT specification, which she had given him on day 1 and which he had laminated and attached to his tool belt. She told him about the authorization. He looked at the corvette for a moment longer. Then, "More rollers." "Already requisitioned," she said. Order went through in 0.3 seconds. Chapter 4. Null Return. The plan was simple and terrifying in equal measure, which Okafor had come to recognize as the signature of any plan worth attempting. The corvette Driftwood, Valiant class, hull number VC0887, 9,400 square meters of Vantablack 9 applied over 6 days at a total coating cost of 16,847 credits, would undock from Luna Station and fly a direct intercept course toward Hegemony sensor buoy, KV7741. The buoy was the nearest MSTA relay node in the Sol approach corridor, positioned 0.7 astronomical units from Luna at the edge of the Vel'Kari inner detection perimeter. It had been there for 19 months. It had been there when the Hound Pack Corvette group was destroyed. It had been there for every human ship that had undocked in the last year and a half and died within the hour. The Driftwood would fly past KV7741 at a range of 0.3 astronomical units, inside the buoy's maximum detection range by a factor of 8, running minimal emissions, cold reactor, passive navigation, no active sensors, no communications. If the paint worked, the buoy would register nothing. The Driftwood would sail past like a shadow through an empty room. If the paint did not work, the buoy would tag the Driftwood in an average of 94 seconds. A Hegemony patrol would have weapons lock within 3 minutes of that. The Driftwood would survive at the upper end of the historical distribution, approximately 5 minutes and 51 seconds after acquisition. The crew of 31 had volunteered unanimously. Lieutenant Park, the Driftwood's commanding officer, had submitted the volunteer roster to Okafor with a single handwritten note attached. "If this doesn't work, tell Okafor it was still the most creative way anyone's ever gotten me killed." Okafor had filed the note in the operational record, which was not standard procedure, but she had done it anyway. Luna Station Operations Center at 0600 hours was standing room only, which was not standard procedure either. Word had moved through the station the way word always moved through military installations despite classification levels, which was to say immediately and completely carried by the specific osmosis of people who understood that something important was happening and had decided they would rather know than not know. The night watch had not cleared out. The day watch had come in early. Officers who had no operational role in the test were standing against the back wall because there was no room to stand anywhere else. Admiral Chen stood at the back of the room in the way he always stood, still, peripheral, watching the room rather than the displays. Okafor was at the signal's intelligence terminal along the port wall, running passive monitoring on KV-7741's broadcast telemetry. The main display showed the driftwood's tracked position. Luna's own short-range sensors could locate the ship because they knew exactly where to look, which was different from the MSTA not knowing where to look. Alongside the buoy's known position, 0.7 AU out. Between them, vacuum. The driftwood undocked at 0614 and began its approach on cold reactor, passive navigation, no running lights, no transponder. On the optical feed from Luna's external cameras, it disappeared from view within 40 seconds of clearing the docking collar. Not because it moved out of frame, because the frame contained a black ship against a black sky, and one of those things absorbed light, and the other was just dark. At 0651, the driftwood crossed the 2.4 astronomical unit detection threshold. In the operations center, no one announced this. No one needed to. Every person in the room knew the number. The 94-second window opened without ceremony, just people who had been standing quietly beginning to stand more quietly, the specific silence of breath being held without the decision to hold it. Okafor watched the telemetry feed from KV-7741. The buoy scanned its sector 4 times per second across all 4,700 bands. The telemetry logged each scan cycle. She watched the log update. The buoy's status broadcast was continuous and standardized. Sector designation, scan cycle count, contact log. She had written a filter that would highlight any change in the contact log, any acquisition flag, any change in the patrol dispatch subchannel that would indicate the buoy had forwarded a targeting solution to the nearest Vel'Kari patrol. The filter had no input to highlight. 94 seconds passed. The contact log read, sector clear, no contacts, background noise, nominal. Nobody in the operations center said anything. The silence changed character slightly, from held breath tension to something more confused, more carefully hopeful. The silence of people who had expected an alarm and were trying to determine what the absence of an alarm meant. Okafor kept watching the telemetry. The filter kept finding nothing to highlight. The driftwood crossed 1.0 AU from the buoy. The contact log did not change. 0.5 AU. Sector clear, no contacts, background noise, nominal. At 0.3 astronomical units, close enough that Lieutenant Park, looking through the driftwood's forward viewport, could see KV-7741's navigation lights as a steady green point against the star field. The buoy's contact log read, sector clear, no contacts. The corvette was 0.3 astronomical units from the most sophisticated sensor relay in the known galaxy. The sensor was scanning its sector 4 times per second. The contact log said nothing was there. The driftwood completed its flyby and began the return arc to Luna Station. Okafor did not look up from the telemetry until the ship crossed back past the 2.4 AU detection perimeter on the outbound leg. The contact log had not changed for the entire transit. She scrolled back through the full 47 minutes of scanned data that had accumulated during the driftwood's passage. 11,280 scan cycles, 4,700 bands per cycle. Every single one returned the same classification, null. Not low confidence contact, not anomalous return, not insufficient data for track initiation. Null, the classification reserved for returns below 0.003% aggregate reflectivity, the gate that told the MSTA the sector contained nothing. The driftwood had been below the minimum discrimination threshold on every band, on every scan, for 47 consecutive minutes. As far as KV-7741's logs were concerned, the corvette did not exist and had never existed. The docking clamps engaged at 0803. The all-clear tone sounded over the operations channel, flat and mechanical and completely indifferent to what it was confirming. The operations center erupted. It was not a disciplined sound. 14 months of watching ships die in under 6 minutes had accumulated somewhere in every person in that room, and it came out now in a way that was not especially dignified, but was entirely human. Noise and movement and people grabbing each other by the arm. A laugh somewhere near the back that was more relief than joy. Chen's name being said by someone who had probably never said an admiral's name out loud in their career. One of the night watch officers, who had stayed past the end of her shift, leaned forward with both hands flat on her console and said nothing at all, and the nothing she said had more weight in it than most of the noise around her. The signals officer at the station next to Okafor's pulled up the driftwood's telemetry from the return arc, the buoy log from KV-7741 for the full transit window, and read the contact count aloud, which was 0, and then read it again, which was still 0, and then said, with the careful precision of someone who needed to hear the sentence before they could believe it. "Ma'am, it says sector clear. We're right on top of it and it says sector clear." Okafor did not look up from her own terminal. "Yes," she said. "That's what it should say." The signals officer stared at the log for another moment. Then she laughed, which was the correct response. Okafor stayed at the signals intelligence terminal. She was pulling up the cost summary. 14,000 liters of Vanta Black 9, 205,800 credits. VB9, bonding primer, full fleet quantity, 12,400 credits. Commercial foam rollers, 47 units replaced due to wear and coating damage, 329 credits. Industrial sandpaper, 120 grit, 200 sheets, 84 credits. 4 replacement sprayer nozzles, bored out by Kowalski from salvaged stock, 0 credits. Medical treatment for 3 cargo bay injuries, 1,200 credits. Agricultural section compensation for redirected grow lamps, 430 credits. Safety complaint processing fees, Adeyemi S, 6 filings, 0 credits, waived. Total cost of making the human strike fleet invisible to the Hegemony's 2.7 trillion credit sensor network, 220,243 credits. She folded the summary printout and set it on the terminal. The room was still loud when Chen crossed to her station. He looked at the folded summary. He looked at the telemetry log, still scrolling its unbroken column of nulls. He was quiet in the way that meant he had already decided what came next, and was giving the decision one final pass before he said it out loud. "Paint the fleet," he said. "All of it. Every ship we have." Then, quieter, his eyes still on the Null column. "And Okafor. Buy more rollers." "Already requisitioned, sir," she said. "Order went through in 0.3 seconds." Chen nodded once and returned to the back of the room. Okafor opened the procurement system and began drafting the full fleet application order. She pulled up the second Ganymede shipment request, another 14,000 liters, already pre-staged in the system, waiting for this moment. She submitted it. The Galactic Commerce Authority's automated system processed the order in 0.3 seconds. The confirmation arrived with the same cheerful chime as the first, the same Surface Zero tagline, and a note reminding her that her repeat customer loyalty discount of 5% had been automatically applied. The Hegemony's automated commerce system had just approved the purchase of its own defeat and sent a complimentary 5% loyalty discount. The operations center was still celebrating around her. Park's voice came over the open communications channel from the Driftwood's docking collar, dry and unhurried. "For the record, I'd like to note that I am not dead. I consider this a successful outcome." Somewhere in the room, someone laughed, and the laugh had the specific quality of a sound that has been waiting 14 months to exist. Okafor updated the projection file. She opened Fleet Viability v4a.xls and changed the figure in the Fleet Viability window field. Not 11 weeks. Not a countdown. She left the field blank. She did not yet have a number to replace it with. That was, she decided, an acceptable problem to have. She looked at the blank field for a moment. Then she looked at the full telemetry log from KV7741, 11,280 scan cycles, 4,700 bands per cycle, 47 minutes of unbroken null returns from a ship that had been 0.3 AU from the most advanced sensor relay ever built. She thought about the engineers who had designed the MSTA, the ones who had written the calibration parameters, who had set the minimum discrimination threshold at 0.003%, because nothing natural returned less than that, because the idea of an object deliberately engineered below the noise floor had not seemed worth protecting against. They had built the most capable sensor system in the galaxy, and they had been right about everything except one number, 0.0021%. She thought about the Surface Zero technician who had answered the phone after 47 minutes of hold music and suggested 120 grit sandpaper, confused about why a military installation was calling about primer adhesion failures. She thought about Kowalski sanding a Corvette's hull by hand in the cargo bay, sleeves rolled up, not asking questions, doing the job because the job needed doing. She thought about 31 crew members volunteering unanimously to fly through a Hegemony sensor field in a ship painted with commercial house paint because the alternative was dying behind Luna on a schedule. She thought about Adeyemi and his 6 safety complaints, each numbered. The operations center was starting to quiet down around her. The initial release was settling into something more considered. People at terminals, people with data pads, the professional hum of a facility returning to function after a moment of being something else. Chen was talking to Vasquez in a low voice near the main display. Park's channel had gone quiet after the single dry observation about not being dead. Okafor opened the full fleet application schedule, 12 corvettes, 6 frigates, 2 destroyers, 3 bays, 174 crew on rotation with Kowalski's expanded team, 9 days to code everything to 3-coat standard, with the reflectometer running spot checks throughout. The second Ganymede shipment was confirmed for delivery in 4 standard days. That gave Kowalski's team enough overlap to start on the frigate hulls, while the first shipment's drums were still in use on the corvettes. The ventilation waivers were already on file. The agricultural section had been partially compensated for the grow lamps. Adeyemi's next complaint was, she estimated, approximately 8 hours away. She began building the production schedule bay by bay, shift by shift, liter by liter. The fleet had 11 weeks to live before it ran out of ships. It now had 40 days of coding effectiveness before the Vantablack degraded past the minimum discrimination threshold. 40 days was less than 11 weeks. That meant the paint was not the end of the problem. It was the beginning of a window. What happened inside the window was someone else's department. Her department was making sure the window opened. She submitted the production schedule to Kowalski's queue at 0831. His acknowledgement came back in 40 seconds. 3 words. Got it. Painting. She updated the procurement tracking file, logged the loyalty discount against the running cost total, and noted in the after-action preliminary report that the test had confirmed full operational effectiveness of the VB9 coding system against the MSTA minimum discrimination threshold at standard operational range. She wrote it in the same flat register she used for all logistics reports. She did not write that 31 people had volunteered to die to prove a number she had found in a footnote. She did not write that she had sat at a signals intelligence terminal for 47 minutes watching a column of nulls arrive and felt each one like a separate, quiet reprieve. She did not write those things because they were not relevant to the logistics report. She did write, total program cost to date, 220,243 credits. Cost per hull coded 16,847 credits. Corvette class. Coding effectiveness confirmed against MSTA MDT at all tested ranges. Recommend immediate full fleet application. Then she went to find Kowalski to discuss the production line. Chapter 5. Operational Silence. Admiral Chen's private conference room on Luna Station was small by design. 8 seats, a single display panel, no windows. It was used for conversations that did not benefit from an audience and for decisions that did not benefit from a record. The ventilation here worked correctly, which was notable given that 3 decks below, Cargo Bay 7's chemical contamination event was rotating through its 4th consecutive day of hazard alarm suppression and atmospheric scrubber strain. Okafor could still smell a faint trace of the coating on her uniform despite 2 changes of clothes and the realization on the second change that the smell was probably in her hair. Chen had called the meeting under top secret, void coat classification. Present, Chen, Okafor, Captain Ilara Vasquez, Commander Dmitry Volkov, and Captain James Hartley. Vasquez commanded the fleet's tactical operations, 16 engagements, 3 ships lost, a burn scar along her left forearm from Ceres Station. Volkov ran fleet intelligence, which in the current war meant he ran the analysis of why each ship had died and what the next one would likely die from. Hartley was JAG Corps, Fleet Legal Counsel, thin and angular, carrying a battered data pad and the specific energy of someone who had spent 48 hours reading a 4,000-page treaty and found something in it that pleased him considerably. Chen let Okafor present. She delivered the brief she had rehearsed 11 times. The absorption profile. The MDT threshold at 0.003%. The VB9 aggregate reflectivity at 3 code application, 0.0021%. The driftwood test results. 11,280 scan cycles from KV7741, 0.3 astronomical units closest approach, 47 consecutive minutes of null returns. The degradation model, 2.3% effectiveness loss per standard day, 40-day operational window before crossing the threshold. The cost, 220,243 credits for the proof-of-concept operation, scaled projections for the full fleet. She used no adjectives. She presented it the way she presented all supply assessments, in complete sentences, with specific numbers in logical sequence. When she finished, the room was quiet in the particular way rooms go quiet when the information in them is too large to process quickly. Vasquez spoke first. She had a plasma burn scar along her left forearm from the engagement at Ceres Station 14 months ago, the last time a human fleet element had successfully broken contact with a Vel'Kari pursuit group rather than being destroyed. She had commanded 16 engagements, lost 3 ships under her direct authority, and spent 14 months watching the tactical options narrow from bad to worse, to the thin ribbon of green on Okafor's display. Her objection was not about the physics. The physics was not the problem. "You're asking me to send my fleet into combat blind, deaf, and mute," she said. "Every instinct I have says this is suicide." The problem was doctrine. You could not run a coordinated fleet action with ships emitting 0 radiation. No comms, because comms meant signal emissions, and signal emissions meant detection. No active sensors for the same reason. No IFF transponders. Identification friend or foe ran on the same emission principle, and a ship broadcasting IFF was a ship broadcasting its position. 20 warships could be invisible to the Hegemony and completely invisible to each other. Each one would be a solo operator in the void, flying dark, unable to receive updated intelligence, unable to coordinate maneuver, unable to adjust for what the ship beside it was doing because it had no way of knowing where the ship beside it was. One miscalculation in the flight path calculations, and 2 invisible ships collided in the dark with no warning and no abort. Fleet warfare required information. Information required emissions. Emissions meant death. The logic was closed. Okafor had anticipated the objection. She explained the pre-programmed approach. Every ship loaded with a calculated flight path before departure, timed to the second, unalterable in transit. A fleet moving like clockwork. Every course correction computed in advance. Every waypoint preset, every timing interval locked. No real-time coordination. No improvisation. A ballet performed by warships. The choreography written by a logistics officer using a spreadsheet. Vasquez did not like it. It was the opposite of tactical flexibility, the opposite of everything her career had trained her toward. A pre-programmed approach meant committing to a solution before you knew what the problem was going to look like when you arrived. One unexpected variable, a Vel'Kari patrol out of its standard rotation, a micrometeorite collision, a debris field requiring evasion, and the entire pre-programmed structure failed with no capacity to adapt. She had spent 14 months building contingency thinking into every operation she ran, and Okafor was asking her to remove contingency from the architecture entirely and trust that the math held. "Every data point we have says the alternative is extinction in 11 weeks, Okafor said. "Pick your suicide." Vasquez was quiet for a moment. It was not the silence of someone being convinced. It was the silence of someone accepting a constraint they could not argue away. 11 weeks was not a counter-argument. It was the frame inside which all other arguments had to live. Volkov's concern was intelligence. Once the Ghost Fleet launched on pre-programmed paths, it was committed. No abort commands could reach it. A ship running dark could not receive signals any more than it could send them. No updated targeting data. No threat warnings if the Vel'Kari repositioned their patrol elements between launch and arrival. No way to recall the ships if the intelligence picture changed. The fleet would execute the plan it had been given regardless of what the universe did between departure and the target window. Volkov's entire professional framework was built on the principle that the intelligence picture was always incomplete and always changing. Pre-programmed operations assumed a static enemy in a static environment. The Vel'Kari had demonstrated for 19 months that they were neither. He noted these concerns in the clipped, itemized manner of an intelligence officer presenting an assessment rather than an argument, because the decision was not his to make, and he understood that. He was providing the variables. The admiral would do the algebra. Chen absorbed both objections in the way he absorbed information generally, without visible reaction, cataloging it. Then he asked Hartley one question. If the hegemony catches us, does the treaty cover this? Hartley had been waiting for the question. He opened his brief with the unhurried confidence of a man who had found an argument he believed was structurally sound and was about to demonstrate the load-bearing points. His answer was precise and took 4 minutes to deliver. The Armament Classification Treaty prohibited devices and systems designed to defeat sensors. Paint was not a device. Paint was not a system. The Galactic Commerce Code classified VB9 as a decorative coating under Section 4412, subsection 7, paragraph B. The purchase had been made through the commercial channel under that classification, with the hegemony's own commerce authority approving the transaction in 0.3 seconds. The application was not regulated by any military ordnance statute. There was no provision in the treaty, the Commerce Code, or any subsidiary regulation that governed the color of a ship's hull. If the hegemony challenged it at a tribunal, humanity's legal position was 3 words. We painted ships. Painting ships is not a crime, Hartley said. He said it with the modest satisfaction of a craftsman presenting work he had checked twice and found clean. Chen stood. He looked out the viewport at Luna's surface, gray, cratered, marked by 2 billion years of unconcerned impact events. He stood there for a moment in the way he stood when he had already decided and was conducting a final audit of the decision. Then he turned back. Paint them, he said. Every hull, every antenna, every escape pod hatch. He looked at the maintenance budget summary on the brief's final page. Kowalski's team gets hazard pay. A pause. Backdated to day 1. Cargo Bay 7 became a wartime factory within 36 hours of the authorization. Kowalski, operating with full clearance and a maintenance crew, expanded to 174 personnel, drawn from every non-critical maintenance rotation on the station, established the 3-bay rotation that Okafor had pre-planned in the 6 hours between submitting the brief and Chen calling the meeting. Bay 7 for corvettes, 3 simultaneously on scaffolding rigs, the gantry cranes repurposed as elevated application platforms for the upper hull sections that rollers couldn't reach from deck level. Bay 12 cleared of munitions storage in a relocation operation that the munitions officer described as improvised, and Kowalski described as efficient, and Okafor described in the logistics record as completed within authorized safety parameters, for frigates 1 at a time. The Ardent-class hulls at 142 meters were too wide to fit 2 abreast with working room for the scaffolding. Bay 3, the station's primary shuttle hangar, commandeered for the 2 destroyers. The Acheron-class hulls were 214 meters long, with a hull surface area of 28,400 square meters each, far exceeding any enclosed bay on Luna Station. So Kowalski divided each destroyer into work sections and moved the scaffolding progressively along the hull as each section was completed, the way a painting crew works on a bridge rather than a room. The consumption rate was immediate and relentless, 1,146 liters per corvette at 3-coat coverage, 2,890 liters per frigate, 3,463 liters per destroyer. At full production across 3 bays simultaneously, the operation consumed approximately 2,100 liters per day. Okafor had pre-positioned 14,000 liters from the first Ganymede shipment, giving a 6.5-day buffer before the second delivery arrived. The second order, another 14,000 liters, confirmed in transit under the same commercial classification with the same cheerful chime, would arrive on day 5 of the expanded operation. The problems did not reduce in scale because the authorization had been formalized. The chemical hazard alarms, triggering between 40 and 60 times per day across 3 bays, were disabled by Kowalski on temporary engineering override, a phrase that in practice meant he had located the fuse and removed it, on the documented grounds that an alarm triggering continuously had ceased to function as a warning and was functioning as a source of hearing damage for the workers it was supposedly protecting. Environmental Control filed a formal protest. Okafor filed a waiver. The station's atmospheric scrubbers, rated for welding operations and not for industrial paint-off gassing across 3 simultaneous work sites running round the clock, began failing in sequence. First the Bay 7 intake filters, then the Bay 12 secondary unit, then one of the 3 main corridor scrubbers on Deck 12. The station medical officer filed a report noting a 340% increase in headaches, nausea, and what was consistently described as a taste in the back of the throat that doesn't go away among crew within 3 decks of the paint bays. Okafor filed a waiver. Rear Admiral Priya Mehta, Luna Station's commanding officer, who technically held command authority over the facility being systematically chemically contaminated across multiple decks below her command center, received a call from Chen that consisted of 4 words. Don't ask. Don't interfere. She did not ask. She did not interfere. Kowalski's crew worked in 90-minute shifts with full respirators around the clock, rotating through the 3 bays on a schedule Kowalski had calculated to the quarter hour to prevent any single team from accumulating enough VOC exposure to require medical evaluation. The Vantablack coated everything it touched: suits, tools, scaffolding joints, the deck plates around roller cleaning stations, the skin at respirator seal edges where the seal was not perfect. The maintenance barracks on Deck 14 developed a creeping dark stain along the floor edges and the lower wall sections that the cleaning crew addressed every shift and never fully removed. 3 additional sprayer nozzles were sacrificed to clogging and bored out by Kowalski's drill in the established 2mm modification that had by this point been performed so many times it had become a standard bay procedure rather than a workaround. The Diallo spillage index climbed. A second incident on day 3 added 20 liters, and a third incident on day 7. Diallo had not been reassigned, on Kowalski's grounds that reassigning him would constitute treating the variable as exceptional rather than budgeted. Added another 20 liters and 1 additional medical report for a bruised knee. Total Diallo spillage, 60 liters, 882 credits. Adeyemi's safety complaint count reached 14. He had begun filing them in batches of 3 organized by category. On day 8 of the expanded operation, Fleet Intelligence Commander Volkov brought Okafor an intercept. The Hegemony's Commercial Trade Surveillance Division, not military intelligence, not any arm of the Vel'Kari enforcement apparatus, but the Commercial Monitoring Bureau, responsible for loyalty program compliance and commercial fraud, had flagged Order Gan 441277881B, not for the quantity, not for the buyer's military affiliation, for the 5% loyalty discount. The automated fraud detection system had flagged the repeat purchase pattern as statistically anomalous for a product category where repeat purchases were uncommon. A Vel'Kari commercial auditor named Keth Arun had opened a case file. Case number GCA Audit 77841B. Subject: anomalous repeat purchase, industrial coding, human buyer. Keth Arun's case opening notes documented their concern as potential rewards program manipulation. They were not a military operative. They were an auditor. They were investigating coupon fraud. "We're either geniuses," Kowalski said when Okafor briefed him, "or we've just painted ourselves a very expensive coffin." On day 9, the destroyer Acheron, hull number DD-0223, last ship in the production queue, received its final coat. Kowalski walked every section with his reflectometer, checking readings against the MDT specification laminated to his tool belt. Every hull section returned below 0.0025% aggregate reflectivity. Every ship in the Ghost Fleet was below the minimum discrimination threshold. Every ship was, as far as the Hegemony's sensor network was concerned, nothing. He stood in Bay 3 looking at the Acheron's painted flank. 214 meters of the darkest surface in the Sol system, absorbing the hangar's overhead floods without returning a single photon worth measuring. He had built things, repaired things, and on 3 occasions creatively dismantled things in the line of duty across 34 years of maintenance work. He had never made something disappear before. 20 ships, 9 days, 14 safety complaints, 3 broken nozzles, 60 liters on the floor, and every single one of them a hole in the universe. The system that was auditing humanity for coupon fraud had no idea what it had sold. Chapter 6. The Ganymede Receipt. The Surface Zero Lodidi Distribution Center on Ganymede was a clean, efficiently organized facility of the kind that the Vel'Kari built when they wanted a thing done correctly and were not especially interested in whether it was interesting. White walls, inventory tracking terminals at regular intervals, a loading dock that processed commercial freight with the cheerful indifference of a system that had never been asked to care about its contents. The center managed outbound shipments of industrial coatings to approximately 400 regular clients across the Sol system approach corridor, telescope operators, observatory maintenance contractors, precision optics manufacturers, and, as of 6 weeks ago, the Luna Station Maintenance Division of the Earth Combined Fleet, which had placed 2 orders in rapid succession and received a loyalty discount on the second. Vel'Kari commercial auditor Keth Arun arrived at the distribution center at 0900 hours, Ganymede commercial time, carrying a datapad loaded with Case GCA Audit 77841B and the professional disposition of someone for whom an anomalous loyalty discount represented a genuine moral failing in the commercial order. Keth Arun's species regarded commercial regulation with the same reverence that some cultures reserved for religious observance. The market was a system. Systems had rules. Rules existed to be followed correctly. An incorrectly applied loyalty discount was not a minor clerical matter. It was an offense against the integrity of the framework. They were not a military operative. They were not an intelligence asset. They were an auditor, and auditors were, across much of hegemony-controlled space, regarded as more reliably dangerous than any battlecruiser, because a battlecruiser could only destroy your ship, but an auditor could destroy your filing status, and your filing status was the foundation on which every commercial relationship you had ever built was constructed. Keth Aaron reviewed the transaction. Order began for 4127781B. Buyer, Luna Station Maintenance Division, Earth Combined Fleet. Supplier, Surface Zero LT, Ganymede Commercial Depot. Product, Vanta Black 9 Industrial Coating, 14,000 liters. Intended use as declared on requisition, decorative surface treatment, hull refurbishment. Authorizing Regulation, GCC Section 4412, Subsection 7, Paragraph B. Payment, verified, cleared, no outstanding balance. Loyalty discount, 5%, automatically applied by the system after the second order triggered repeat customer status per the Surface Zero Rewards Program Terms and Conditions, Section 3, Clause 12. Everything was in order. The purchase was legal. The product was not restricted. The buyer was a registered commercial entity with verified credit. The loyalty discount had been correctly applied by an automated system operating exactly within its parameters. The order had been processed in 0.3 seconds by a system that had checked the two things it was built to check and found both satisfactory. Keth Aaron found no fraud. But Keth Aaron was an auditor, and auditors did not close cases when everything was in order. They closed cases when they understood why everything was in order. The understanding was the work. The finding of no fraud was not the conclusion. It was the beginning of the question of why there was no fraud, and whether the absence of visible fraud was genuinely the end of the matter or merely the end of what was easily visible. An auditor who closed a case on the grounds that nothing was immediately wrong had failed to audit. They had merely looked. 14,000 liters was an unusual quantity. Keth Aaron cross-referenced the purchase against the Surface Zero client database. The largest previous single order for Vanta Black 9 in the facility's records was 412 liters, placed by the Callisto Deep Space Observatory for a refurbishment of their primary instrument housing. 14,000 liters was 34 times larger. That was not in itself suspicious. Large facilities had large needs, and a military installation maintaining a fleet of warships presumably had a great deal of hull surface area. But unusual quantities warranted documentation. Keth Aaron pulled the product specification sheet. Absorption profile, 99.965% across 200 nanometers to 14 micrometers. They read the number and noted it. They were not a physicist. They did not have training in electromagnetic sensor systems or military sensor doctrine or the specific technical parameters of the Hegemony's multi-spectrum targeting array. What they had was the standard commercial audit checklist, Form GCA-7, which in Section 14 required cross-referencing any flagged product against applicable arms control frameworks as a routine compliance step. They opened the Armament Classification Treaty on their second monitor, not because they suspected a violation, because Section 14 of the checklist required it, and Section 14 of the checklist existed because someone at the Commerce Authority had once decided that thorough auditing meant checking everything, including the things that seemed unlikely to matter, because the things that seemed unlikely to matter were precisely the things that occasionally did. Keth Aaron had never in 11 years of commercial auditing found a treaty-relevant issue through Section 14. They completed it anyway every time because the checklist did not have an optional column. They read Article 14's stealth technology prohibition. Any device, system, or countermeasure, whether active or passive, designed to reduce, mask, spoof, or otherwise interfere with the detectability of a vessel, installation, or asset. They looked at the product classification, decorative surface treatment. They looked at the absorption number, 99.965%. They looked at the product's listed design intent, as documented in the manufacturer's commercial registration, optical baffling for precision instrument interiors. Keth Arun sat with those 3 data points for a moment. Optical baffling. Decorative surface treatment, 99.965% absorption. The product was commercially compliant. The transaction was procedurally valid. The classification was correct and certified by the Hegemony's own commerce authority. There was no indication of fraud. There was no indication of treaty violation. The product's documented design intent was telescope maintenance, not sensor defeat, and the treaty's prohibition applied to devices designed for stealth, not to materials repurposed by buyers for undocumented secondary applications. And yet, 99.965% absorption seemed, to Keth Arun's methodical mind, excessive for a product whose primary use case was making the inside of a telescope less reflective. The inside of a telescope did not require near-total absorption. It required sufficient absorption to eliminate interfering internal reflections. There was a meaningful engineering difference between sufficient and near-total. Surface Zero had engineered near-total. The buyer had purchased 14,000 liters of it. Keth Arun dictated their case notes. The product is commercially compliant. The transaction is procedurally valid. I am nonetheless referring this case because 99.965% absorption seems... They paused, choosing the word with the care of someone who understood that documented case notes were permanent records. Excessive for decorative purposes. A longer pause. Though I acknowledge that aesthetic preferences are subjective. They closed the fraud case. No violation found. They opened a new one. Case number, GCA Refer 77841 BX Ref. Subject, potential treaty-adjacent commercial product, referral to Hegemony Military Procurement Review. The referral was a standard procedural instrument used perhaps a dozen times per year across all of Ganymede's commercial monitoring operations for products that fell outside the auditor's competence to assess but warranted a secondary look by someone with the relevant technical background. The referral took 4 standard days to reach the military. By then, the Ghost Fleet was painted. Captain James Hartley received the Hegemony's emergency injunction filing on the morning of the 5th day after the driftwood test, while eating breakfast in the Luna Station officers' mess. The filing was formal, substantial, and had been prepared by an office that knew what it was doing, the Vel'Kari Treaty Enforcement Division, which had been building this case from Keth Arun's commercial referral for 4 days, and had arrived at a legal theory that was, Hartley acknowledged, considerably more sophisticated than he had expected from a commercial fraud referral about a loyalty discount. He read it through once, put down his fork, picked up his coffee, and read it again more slowly, looking for the load-bearing wall. When he found it, he put the coffee down too. 17 treaty enforcement advocates, he said to Okafor, who had been summoned to the mess when the filing arrived and was sitting across from him with her own data pad. They sent 17 lawyers. For paint. The Vel'Kari legal position had evolved from Keth Arun's commercial referral into something considerably more sophisticated. They were no longer arguing that Vantablack 9 was inherently a prohibited material. They were arguing that humanity's application of the material constituted the construction of a stealth system, regardless of the product's commercial classification. Their analogy was carefully chosen. A length of pipe was not a weapon. A length of pipe assembled into a gun barrel was a weapon. The transformation occurred in the assembly, not the material. Therefore, the act of applying VB9 to a warship's hull in a specific pattern at a specific thickness for the purpose of reducing detectability transformed a commercially innocent product into a prohibited system. Intent and application, not classification, determined treaty compliance. It was a strong argument. Hartley spent 48 hours with it before he found the place where it failed. "They don't need to prove the paint works as stealth," he told Okafor, walking her through the counter-argument in her quarters with the brief spread across her desk. "They need to prove it was designed as stealth. And they can't, because it wasn't. It was designed to coat telescope interiors. We just found a better use for it." The assembly argument failed, he explained, because assembly implied the creation of a new capability that the individual components lacked. A pipe assembled into a gun barrel gained the capability to direct a projectile at lethal velocity, a function that the pipe alone, lying unmodified on a shelf, did not possess. The treaty's prohibition made sense in this context. The assembly created something new, something that had not previously existed, something whose entire purpose and function was the defeat of another party. Paint applied to a hull created nothing new. It performed the same function it had always performed, absorbing electromagnetic radiation. It absorbed radiation in a telescope housing. It absorbed radiation on an observatory baffle. It absorbed radiation on a ship's hull. The function was identical at the molecular level regardless of what surface it was applied to. The surface was different. The capability was not new. You could not assemble paint into a weapon any more than you could assemble water into a drowning. And if the Vel'Kari wished to argue otherwise, they were welcome to explain which treaty article governed the application of water to surfaces. The arbiters, Hartley noted with professional satisfaction, would not enjoy that argument. The intent argument required proving that Okafor's stated purpose, decorative surface treatment, hull refurbishment, was false. But the product was demonstrably a surface treatment. It had demonstrably been applied to hulls. Whether it qualified as decorative was a matter of aesthetic judgment that the treaty did not adjudicate, and Hartley noted with precisely calibrated deadpan that humanity found the color striking. But those were the defenses he had expected to need. The argument that ended the case before it properly began was the one he found on page 641 of the treaty's full text, in a subordinate clause of Article 14, Section 3, subsection B. The clause had been added during the 2851 Amendment Conference, convened to address a different problem entirely. The Drath Veni Confederacy had been retroactively reclassifying commercial mining lasers as defensive weapons to circumvent restrictions on military equipment buildup, arguing that since the lasers could be used defensively, they should be classified by their potential use rather than their documented design intent. The Vel'Kari delegation had pushed back hard. Retroactive reclassification based on subsequent use was, they argued, an open door to abuse. Any commercial product could theoretically be weaponized, and if subsequent use determined treaty compliance, the entire framework became unenforceable. Every kitchen knife was a potential weapon. Every industrial laser was a potential cannon. You could not regulate the galaxy on that basis. Classification had to be anchored to documented design intent, or it was anchored to nothing. The Vel'Kari had proposed, drafted, and successfully ratified a clarifying amendment, celebrated at the time as a significant hegemony diplomatic victory in the ongoing management of the Drathveni problem. The clause read, "For the purposes of this article, design shall be interpreted strictly as referring to the original and documented design intent of the device or system as established by its manufacturer's filed specifications, and shall not be retroactively applied based on subsequent use." Hartley read the clause 3 times. Then he looked up Vantablack 9's manufacturer's filed specifications. Patent registration GANPAT 2831-0094, filed with the Galactic Commerce Authority. Design intent as documented by Surface Zero Ltd. Under oath at the time of registration, optical baffling material for precision instrument interiors. Not a stealth coating, not a countermeasure, not a detectability reduction system, a telescope paint. The 2851 amendment said that classification was locked to that intent, permanently, regardless of what any subsequent buyer chose to do with the product. The Vel'Kari could not retroactively reclassify VB9 based on how humanity had applied it, because the Vel'Kari had written a clause, their language, their ratification, that specifically and explicitly prohibited retroactive reclassification based on subsequent use. They had written Okafor's legal shield into galactic law 6 years before she was born, to protect themselves from the Drathveni, and had never once considered that it would be used to protect someone from them. He called Okafor. He read her the clause. He told her which delegation had drafted it and why. There was a pause on the line. "They wrote this to nail the Drathveni," Okafor said. "Yes," Hartley said, "and in doing so, they wrote you a legal shield so airtight I could present it in my sleep. The Vel'Kari's quarrel, when I present this at the tribunal, will not be with humanity. It will be with their own draftsmanship." He paused. "I want it on the record that I consider this argument beautiful." Okafor did not comment on the argument's aesthetic qualities. She asked how much time he could buy at the tribunal before a ruling. Weeks, if necessary. The preliminary hearing scheduling alone would take 7 days. Discovery motions, procedural objections, the amendment's interpretive history. He had enough material to extend the proceedings through 3 briefing cycles before the arbiters heard a substantive word of the core argument. And then the core argument itself would not require long. The 2851 amendment was 7 lines. The manufacturer's patent was on file. The Vel'Kari had signed both documents. The case was a lock waiting to be opened with a key the other party had manufactured and handed over. The injunction was filed. The tribunal scheduled a preliminary hearing. Hartley had bought enough time for the Ghost Fleet to deploy, for the Hegemony's sensor network to begin encountering something it had not been built to encounter, and for the Vel'Kari to find out what happened when you could not ban the darkness because you had sold it yourself. Chapter 7. Voids. Senior sensor operator Thelvos had been on watch aboard the Vel'Kari battlecruiser Axiom of Law for 334 consecutive days without a surprise. This was not a complaint. The Vel'Kari did not experience monotony the way humans did, as a thing to be endured, a friction against the preferred state of stimulation. For Thelvos's species, monotony was a form of professional excellence. A sensor watch that produced nothing was a sensor watch that had functioned correctly. 334 days of unbroken nominal returns meant 334 days during which the Hegemony's sensor network had seen everything in the Sol approach corridor that was worth seeing, had classified it correctly, and had allowed the tactical operations chain to make informed decisions from accurate data. 334 days of the system working as designed. Thelvos had filed 334 daily watch reports. Every one of them contained the word nominal in its summary field. They considered this an achievement. The Axiom of Law was the flagship of the 14th Enforcement Fleet, positioned 1.2 astronomical units from Luna in the standard blockade formation that had been slowly strangling humanity for 2 years. Her Combat Information Center was a cathedral of sensor technology, floor-to-ceiling holographic displays showing real-time data from 340 MSTA relay buoys covering the entire Sol system approach corridor. Every tracked object larger than a fist, cataloged, classified, threat assessed. Every human vessel that had attempted to move in the past 19 months, detected and killed. The 14th Fleet had maintained a 99.997% detection rate for the duration of the blockade. Not one human vessel had been missed. Thelvos took professional pride in that number. The sensor network worked because operators like Thelvos maintained it correctly, and correctness was its own reward. At 0417 hours, buoy KV7741 dropped 3 contacts from its tracking queue. Thelvos noticed it first as a visual anomaly on the sector display. 3 green track markers in the Sol approach corridor that had been stable for several hours, representing human vessels maintaining position in Luna's gravitational shadow, simply ceased to exist between one scan cycle and the next. No destruction event, no debris signature, no energy spike indicating a weapons engagement, no vector change indicating acceleration away from the sector. One scan, they were there. The next scan, they were not. The buoy had not logged a contact loss event. It had logged Null, the sector classification for a return below the minimum discrimination threshold. The sector, as far as KV7741's log was concerned, was simply clear. Thelvos ran a diagnostic on the buoy. Nominal function across all 4,700 bands. No hardware fault registered, no firmware version anomaly, no calibration drift flag. Power supply telemetry within standard parameters. The buoy was operating correctly. It was scanning its sector 4 times per second, across all monitored bands, and returning the classification that its calibration logic told it to return. It was doing its job. It simply had nothing to report. Thelvos logged the anomaly as a localized interference event, 3 simultaneous contact losses consistent with a transient electromagnetic disturbance, possibly a solar particle burst affecting the return quality in that sector. It happened. Rarely, but it happened. The Sol system's magnetic environment was complex and occasionally produced short-duration interference signatures that corrupted scan data in predictable ways. Thelvos flagged the entry for review, returned to active monitoring, and expected the contacts to reappear in the next several scan cycles as the interference cleared. They did not reappear. 22 minutes later, 4 contacts vanished from the tracking queue of buoy KV7739. Not destroyed, no event signature, not fled, no vector recorded. Null. Then 6 from KV7744. Then 2 from KV7736. Thelvos watched the losses accumulate across the sector map with the specific quality of attention that skilled operators developed for data that is behaving in ways it should not. The losses were not random. They were not distributed across the network in the pattern of a generalized interference event. They were concentrated in the Sol approach corridor sectors closest to Luna, in the areas where human vessels had been maintaining position in the gravitational shadow for weeks. Thelvos upgraded the anomaly classification to Pattern Class Sensor Event, which required notifying the Watch Commander. Sub-Commander Yen Cole arrived at the sensor station 40 seconds later, read the pattern display, and ordered a full-spectrum rescan of all affected sectors. The rescan took 90 seconds. It returned the same result. Every affected sector clear, no contacts, background noise nominal. 20 contacts, Thelvos said, completing the updated count. All previously stable tracks, all human vessels, all classified null within the last 93 minutes. Yen Cole studied the sector map for a long moment. The absences were visible as gaps in the track distribution, not as any positive data, but as the places where green markers used to be and were no longer. Empty space that the network had been certain 94 minutes ago was not empty. 20 contacts don't vanish, Thelvos. The sub-commander's voice carried the flat precision of someone stating a principle rather than making an argument. 20 contacts don't simultaneously decide to stop existing. Something is wrong with our sensors. Thelvos had run the diagnostic 7 times since the first anomaly. Each diagnostic had returned the same result. Each result had been correct. Sub-Commander, I've run the diagnostic 7 times. The sensors are functioning perfectly. They're reporting exactly what they see. Yen Cole looked at the empty sectors, then at the diagnostic readout, then back at the sectors. And what do they see? Nothing. The silence that followed was the length of time it took Yen Cole to consider what nothing meant as an operational data point, when it should have meant 20 distinct contacts. Then they turned and went to contact Admiral Keth Soren. Thelvos returned to the console. They opened a new log entry. They typed the contact count. They typed the diagnostic result. They moved the cursor to the cause field, which they had filled in correctly 334 times with the word nominal or some variant of it. They typed cause unknown. It was the first time in 335 days that field had contained anything other than a normal entry. Thelvos looked at it for a moment. Then they submitted the log and went back to watching sensors that were, by every available measure, working perfectly. The Ghost Fleet was moving. 20 ships in absolute silence. Cold reactors producing no thermal signature. Passive navigation systems generating no emissions. Pre-programmed flight paths executing to the second across the void between Luna's shadow and the Hegemony's inner blockade line. No communications, no active sensors, no IFF transponders. Each ship was alone in the dark, following mathematics written by a logistics officer before departure, with no capacity to deviate and no way to confirm that the 19 other ships were doing the same thing. They trusted the paint. They trusted the calculation. They trusted the 40-day degradation window that, at day 9 of the coding operation, still had 31 days of margin remaining. The coating had degraded approximately 21% from initial application under the thermal cycling and UV exposure of the transit so far, reflectivity climbing from 0.0021% toward the MDT's 0.003 boundary, but not there yet, not close, still below, still nothing. Aboard the corvette Driftwood, hull number VC-0887, the test ship, now leading the formation she had proved was possible. Lieutenant Park sat in the command chair watching the countdown timer on her console. It read the number of seconds remaining until Waypoint Alpha, where the pre-programmed paths would converge and the fleet would transition from approach formation to strike positioning. The viewport showed stars, nothing else. No contacts on passive sensors because passive sensors could only detect emissions, and nothing in the formation was emitting. No way to confirm the fleet was there, no way to confirm the paint was holding against the specific light conditions of this particular transit vector, at this particular distance from the sun, at this particular degradation state. No way to know, from inside the driftwood's cold and silent hull, whether 19 other ships were drifting through the void alongside her, or whether she was the only object between Luna and the Hegemony's inner line that the sensors were failing to see. 312 seconds to Waypoint Alpha, Park said to herself, or to the countdown timer, or to the void outside the viewport. Either we're invisible or we're dead, should know soon. The calculation she was trusting had been built in a logistics officer's quarters on Luna Station at approximately 4 in the morning, on a consumer-grade data terminal, by a woman who had never designed a military operation in her career. The flight paths had been computed against publicly available Vel'Kari sensor buoy position data, Hegemony patrol pattern analysis, compiled by Volkov's intelligence team, and the degradation model that Okafor had run 53 times to validate the margin. 53 iterations, each one returning the same answer. The math held. Park was trusting 53 iterations of a spreadsheet built at 4 in the morning. The countdown timer ran. On the approach arc, passing through a region of space that the Hegemony sensor network had just reclassified from crowded to empty, the frigate Pale Horse was 54 kilometers behind the driftwood on its pre-programmed path when a piece of micro-debris, a fragment of something old and civilian, the debris catalog listed it as a decommissioned satellite component from before the war, struck the ship's dorsal hull at an oblique angle. The impact was minor. The scratch it left across the Vantablack coating was 0.4 square meters of exposed hull surface, raw titanium nickel alloy gleaming in the minimal solar illumination of 1.1 AU from the sun. For 11.3 seconds, while the Pale Horse continued on its pre-programmed path and the exposed patch faced toward buoy KV 7740, that 0.4 square meters reflected solar radiation at a level above the minimum discrimination threshold. The buoy scanned its sector. The return registered. KV 7740 logged transient contact. Duration 11.3 seconds. Classification unknown. Insufficient data for track initiation. The Pale Horse's hull rotation brought the exposed patch out of direct line of sight with the buoy as the ship continued its arc. The return dropped back to Null. The buoy processed the 11-second transient according to its standard handling logic for contacts too brief to establish a track, filed it, flagged it for low priority review, moved on. The Pale Horse's crew never knew. 11 seconds of visibility in 47 minutes of transit. The buoy dismissed it as instrument noise. The pre-programmed path continued. The darkness held. Keth Soren received Yen Cole's report in their command quarters and read it standing at the viewport. 20 human contacts, all stable tracks, all lost within a 90-minute window. No destruction events, no sensor faults, all diagnostics nominal. The ships had not been destroyed because there was no debris. They had not fled because there were no departure vectors. They had not powered down, because powering down produced a thermal signature that was different from an operating ship, but not invisible. They had simply stopped returning data. Keth Soren ordered a physical sweep. Dispatch patrol ships to the sectors where the contacts had last been tracked, scan visually, conduct active sensor passes at close range, confirm by every means available whether ships were present or absent. If the ships were still there, the sensor network had a catastrophic fault. If they were not, the ships had done something that Keth Soren's 400 years of fleet service contained no category for. The patrol ships deployed. They swept their assigned sectors with active sensor arrays at close range, covering the approach corridor in a systematic grid pattern that the 14th Fleet's standard operating procedures specified for sector confirmation after a contact loss event. They conducted active sensor passes at distances between 0.01 and 0.04 astronomical units from the last confirmed contact positions. They found no wreckage. They found no emissions. They found no thermal residue consistent with destroyed or powered-down vessels. They found nothing that their sensors registered as a ship's remains, or any artifact of a ship having recently occupied the surveyed volume. One patrol ship's commanding officer, who had been in fleet service for 60 years and had developed over that time a practiced skepticism toward sensor data that contradicted his tactical intuition, ordered his optical observer to conduct a manual visual sweep of the sector while the active arrays continued their passes. The observer scanned through the viewport in a systematic arc. Stars. Background. The distant glow of the sun at 1.1 AU. Nothing else. The patrol reports came in over 90 minutes. Every sector confirmed empty. Keth Soren stared at the empty sector map for a long time after the patrol reports came in. The sectors were confirmed empty by every available means. The ships had been there. Now they were not. No method of departure had been detected. No method of destruction had been detected. The data contained no explanation because the data contained nothing at all, and nothing was a complete and technically accurate answer to the question the sensors had been asked, and the sensors had no mechanism to indicate that their technically accurate answer might be wrong. In 400 years of service, Keth Soren had never failed to find an enemy that existed. They had also never failed to accept that an enemy did not exist, when the evidence said absence. The difficulty, which they turned over quietly in the silence of their command quarters while the patrol reports continued arriving with the same result, was that they no longer trusted their ability to distinguish between those two states. The sensor data was consistent. The sensor data was nominal. The sensor data said the sectors were empty. 400 years of training said you trusted the sensor data. 400 years of training was built on the premise that the sensor data could be trusted. Something was wrong with reality, or something was wrong with the sensors that reported it. Both possibilities were intolerable. One of them was true. The sector display showed 20 empty sectors where 20 ships had been. Somewhere inside the Hegemony's defensive perimeter, 20 human warships were moving through space that the galaxy's most advanced sensor network had just confirmed, with complete technical accuracy, contained nothing. The sensors were not malfunctioning. That was the part Keth Soren could not get past. The patrol ships had found nothing. The active scans had found nothing. The optical observer had found nothing. The absence was real by every available measure. 20 ships had been there, and then they had not been there, and the data offered no path between those two states that Keth Soren's experience contained a category for. The doubt was a new thing. After 400 years, It was a new thing. Chapter 8. The Perimeter. The Keth-Soren line had been built to be permanent. 3 overlapping defensive layers spanning the Sol approach corridor, named for the admiral who had designed and implemented them 19 months ago as the definitive answer to the question of how you contain a species that would not stop sending ships out to die. The outer sensor net, MSTA relay buoys spaced at 0.1 astronomical unit intervals, providing continuous multi-spectrum coverage with triple redundancy across every approach vector, scanning 4 times per second across 4,700 bands. The middle defense layer, 448 automated weapons platforms, each carrying 6 plasma lance batteries with a 0.05 AU engagement range, slaved to the PTAA network for autonomous target acquisition, requiring no crew, no orders, no hesitation, no sleep. The inner patrol line, 62 Vel'Kari warships on rotating picket duty, each carrying their own MSTA arrays, each crewed by officers who had been selected for reliability and placed in positions where Doctrine said they could not be surprised. No human vessel had penetrated the Keth-Soren line in 19 months. The last attempt had been the corvette group Hound Pack, 7 ships, a fast attack formation that had tried to use speed and dispersal to survive long enough to reach the inner patrol line. KV-7741 had acquired them at 2.1 AU. Automated platforms KSL-0441 through KSL-0447 had engaged at 0.04 AU. 43 seconds of engagement. 7 ships. No survivors. The platforms had not required a patrol ship response. They had simply detected, acquired, and fired in the same sequence they had executed 2,714 times since the line was established. The Hound Pack had died before the nearest picket ship's watch officer had finished reading the engagement alert. No human vessel had been in the line's defended volume since. No human vessel had tried. The Ghost Fleet entered the outer sensor net at 0331 hours. 20 ships, cold reactors producing no thermal signature, passive navigation generating no emissions, Vantablack 9 on every exterior surface including antenna housings, torpedo casing fairings, escape pod hatches, and the small observation dome on the Driftwood's port quarter that Kowalski had nearly missed on day 5 of the original coating operation and had gone back to cover on day 6 with a brush and a half-liter of remaining VB9 that he had kept in reserve for exactly this kind of oversight. Their approach vectors had been calculated by Okafor to maintain maximum distance from the nearest buoy at all times. No ship passing closer than 0.08 astronomical units to any sensor node. At 0.08 AU, even a partially degraded coating at 40% effectiveness would remain below the minimum discrimination threshold. The margin at current degradation. Day 12 of the coating, approximately 27.6% effectiveness loss, reflectivity at approximately 0.0027%, was 0.0003% above the floor, thin enough to feel, still below the gate. The fleet crossed the outer net in 14 minutes. 3,360 scan cycles from the corridor buoys, 4 scans per second per buoy, across 4,700 bands, for 14 minutes of transit. Every scan returned the same classification. Sector clear. No contacts. Background noise. Nominal. The buoys were performing exactly as designed, reporting exactly what their calibration logic told them the data contained, which was nothing, because the data contained nothing above 0.003%, and 0.003% was where nothing began. The middle defense layer was different in kind, not in principle. The automated weapons platforms did not think. They did not wonder. They did not file anomaly reports or consult watch commanders or pause to consider whether their sensor data might be incomplete in ways their architecture could not represent. They ran a continuous targeting loop, acquire contact above confidence threshold, initiate engagement sequence, fire. The loop had no step for consider whether the contact might be present without appearing in the data. The loop was not built to consider that. The loop processed what the data contained, and if the data contained nothing, the loop had nothing to process and moved to the next cycle in 1.7 seconds. 448 platforms, 1.7 seconds each. The mathematics of certain death for anything the sensors could see and perfect mechanical indifference to everything they could not. Platform KSL-0512 was the closest approach of any platform during the Ghost Fleet's transit, 0.03 astronomical units. Close enough that, through the Driftwood's forward viewport, Lieutenant Park could see the platform's navigation lights as a red and green point source against the star field, steady and unhurried, the navigational heartbeat of a machine that had been in that position for 19 months and expected to be there for 19 more. The platform's 6 plasma lance batteries were charged. The capacitor banks were at operational level, a faint, continuous whine audible on any hull that came within sensor range, the sound of energy waiting to be released into something that warranted it. The turrets were in standby position, locked to their rest bearings, pointing in the directions that the PTAA targeting geometry would rotate them toward when a target appeared in the sector. The targeting loop ran its cycle at 1.7 seconds. Sector: clear. No valid targets. Standby mode active. 20 warships drifted past a weapon system that could have destroyed them in 2 seconds, and the weapon system did nothing, because as far as every instrument it possessed was concerned, there was nothing to destroy. The capacitors held their charge for a threat that would not come because the threat was already past. Park watched the navigation lights until they moved out of the viewport arc. She did not have a useful thought about this. She returned her attention to the countdown timer, which did not care what she thought. The inner patrol line required a different calculation. The automated buoys and platforms processed data and had no eyes in the optical sense, no crew members standing at viewports, no beings capable of looking at the star field and registering a shape against it by the simple biological mechanism of a visual cortex processing occlusion. A Vanta-black-coated ship that blocked stars from view was invisible to sensors calibrated against electromagnetic returns, but it was not invisible to anyone who looked out a window in the right direction at the right moment. The paint defeated instruments. It did not defeat eyes. Okafor's flight path calculations had addressed this directly. The 62 picket ships had known viewport configurations. Vel'Kari warship designs were standardized, their external geometry documented in technical archives that Volkov's intelligence team had compiled, analyzed, and cross-referenced against known crew duty schedules over the course of the war. Every ship had viewport arcs, angular sectors of space visible from observation posts at each hull position. Every ship also had standard watch patterns, documented rotations specifying which crew members were at which stations during which hours, drawn from the Hegemony's own standardized fleet operations manual, captured in the same probe data that had given humanity the MSTA calibration parameters. Okafor had mapped the viewport arcs against the Ghost Fleet's approach vectors, cross-referenced against the 0400 watch rotation, when off-duty crew were in quarters, and on-duty crew were at functional stations, not observation posts, and calculated trajectories that passed through the dead zones created by each picket ship's own hull. The Ghost Fleet was hiding from eyes behind the bodies of the ships they were hiding from. It was, Hartley had observed when briefed on this element of the plan, the most legally unambiguous part of the entire operation. Nobody had ever written a treaty article about where you were allowed to fly relative to someone else's hull. The calculation had a margin of error. Gravitational perturbations from the asteroid belt, micro-corrections in the picket ship's patrol patterns, minor positional drift in the pre-programmed trajectories over 12 days of dead reckoning flight. All of these introduced small deviations from the planned paths. Small in astronomical terms meant potentially significant in viewport arc terms. Corvette Knife's Edge, hull number VC0914, 7th ship in the formation. Pre-programmed to pass behind the Vel'Kari picket cruiser Certainty of Purpose at a lateral clearance of 0.0015 astronomical units, experienced a gravitational perturbation at 0354 hours from a passing asteroid designated Sol Belt Object 3372. The perturbation was minor by any standard that the word minor was normally used to mean, delivering a delta V of approximately 0.0003 astronomical units transverse to the planned course. The Knife's Edge's pre-programmed path had no mechanism to correct for this. It could not receive data about the perturbation, could not calculate a new course, could not fire a correction burn without generating thermal emissions that would make it visible. The ship continued on its perturbed trajectory, drifting fractionally outside the planned formation geometry in silence, its crew unaware of the deviation because the passive navigation data showed a position consistent with the planned path and the deviation was too small to register against the dead reckoning error budget. The deviation brought the Knife's Edge 0.0003 astronomical units closer to the Certainty of Purpose, inside the theoretical optical observation arc of the cruiser's starboard observation lounge. For 47 seconds, a crew member looking through the starboard observation lounge's viewport could have seen an occlusion in the star field, a region of moving darkness shaped like a ship. The starboard observation lounge was empty. Vel'Kari crews were scheduled, rotational, disciplined. Off-duty crew were in quarters at 0400 hours. The lounge had not been occupied during the 0400 watch in weeks. Nobody looked. The 47 seconds ran. The stars came back. The Ghost Fleet cleared the inner patrol line at 0412 hours. 20 ships, 3 hours and 26 minutes of transit through 3 defensive layers. Not one acquisition alert from a sensor buoy. Not one engagement sequence initiated by a weapons platform. Not one crew member at the wrong window at the wrong moment. The Keth Soren Line, the defensive architecture that had killed the Hound Pack in 43 seconds, that had maintained a 99.997% detection rate for 19 months, that had been built to be permanent, had been crossed by 20 warships without generating a single entry in any engagement log, any weapons discharge record, or any alert queue above low-priority review. The transit corridor behind them was already being rescanned by the buoys at their standard 4 cycles per second rate. Every scan returned the same result. Sector clear, no contacts, background noise, nominal. The buoys were correct. The Ghost Fleet was no longer in the corridor. The Ghost Fleet was inside the perimeter, in the defended rear, in the space that had been safe because nothing that mattered had ever been able to reach it, until a logistics officer decided to find out how dark paint could get. Park's countdown timer reached 0. The driftwood was at waypoint Alpha. She looked at the telemetry feed from the passive navigation system, which showed her own position to the precision that Dead Reckoning allowed after 12 days of no corrections transit. She looked at the pre-programmed strike clock, which would begin its final sequence when all ships arrived within the tolerance window. She looked at the communications panel, which was silent, because there were no communications. The fleet was still running dark, still unable to confirm that the other 19 ships had made the transit, still unable to know whether the plan had worked except by inference from the fact that she was alive and no alarms were sounding anywhere she could detect. "Timer's at 0, she said to the bridge crew, none of whom had spoken in 4 hours. "Either 19 ships are around me or I'm the loneliest woman in the solar system." She waited. The strike clock ran. If the math was right, Okafor's math, the spreadsheet built at 4 in the morning on a consumer-grade terminal, the 53-iteration degradation model, the viewport arc calculations that had threaded the Ghost Fleet through 62 picket ships by the margins of empty observation lounges. If all of it was right, 19 invisible ships were positioned in the dark around her, waiting on the same clock, trusting the same numbers. The strike clock ran. The void outside the viewport was the same void it had always been. The stars did not indicate whether anything was between them. Aboard the Axiom of Law, Admiral Keth Soren was reading the patrol reports from the physical sweep of the vanished contact sectors. Confirmed empty. All sectors. No wreckage, no emissions, no trace of 20 ships that had occupied those sectors 12 hours ago. They set the reports down on the command table and stood at the tactical display, showing the Keth Soren line in its full extent. 3 layers, 340 buoys, 448 platforms, 62 patrol ships. The line glowed on the display in the Vel'Kari's standard tactical blue, clean and unbroken. Every sensor node nominal, every platform operational, every picket ship on station. The line was intact. The line had done everything the line was designed to do. The line had detected every contact above the minimum discrimination threshold and engaged every contact that had breached its perimeter in 19 months. The line was intact. The breach was already behind it. 400 years of service. Keth Soren said it quietly. Yen Cole was at the plotting table, close enough to hear, making no movement. "I have never failed to find an enemy that existed. I have also never failed to accept that an enemy did not exist. The difficulty, Yen Cole, is that I no longer trust the distinction." Yen Cole had no answer. The distinction was the foundation. The entire framework of Vel'Kari military doctrine rested on the premise that sensor data was authoritative, that what the sensors showed was what existed, and what they did not show did not. 448 weapons platforms had been built on that premise. 340 buoys maintained it. 3,000 years of unbroken sensor supremacy had validated it continuously, without exception, until last night. The patrol reports confirmed the sectors were empty. Inside the perimeter, 20 warships were waiting in the dark for a clock to count down, trusted by their crews because a logistics officer had done the math, armed with nothing but house paint and the knowledge that the most advanced sensor network in the galaxy had just looked directly at them and called them nothing. The Keth Soren line was intact. The line had never been the problem. Chapter 9. Contact Ghost. Orbital Station Meridian sat at 4.7 astronomical units from Sol in a gravitational stable point between the outer planets that the Vel'Kari had selected for its equidistance from every strategic position in the Sol theater. The station was the brain of the Hegemony's sensor network, a processing hub where data from every MSTA buoy, platform, and ship in the Sol approach corridor arrived, was aggregated, correlated, and analyzed by the Predictive Threat Assessment AI. PTAA had been operational for 847 years. It had correctly identified and classified 14.2 billion distinct contacts in that time. Its false positive rate was 0.00003%, 3 false identifications per 10 million processed contacts. It was the most reliable pattern recognition system ever constructed, and its reliability was the foundation on which the Hegemony's military doctrine had rested for longer than most species had been spacefaring. PTAA was encountering something it had never encountered: persistent null returns in sectors where contacts had previously been tracked. This was not an unknown data state. Null returns happened constantly in every sector as objects moved out of range or below the MDT through natural physical processes. What PTAA had never encountered was a null return in a sector where a contact had been stable for weeks, with no destruction event, no departure vector, no transition signature of any kind. Ships were destroyed, debris signature, energy spike, a specific electromagnetic scatter pattern that PTAA had cataloged 2,714 times in the Sol theater alone. Ships fled, velocity vector change, drive signature, a clear departure track that PTAA could extrapolate forward in time. Ships powered down, a gradual thermal reduction, a specific decay sequence of emission decreases that PTAA had learned to recognize from 847 years of data on every known ship class in the galaxy. Ships experienced every possible transition from existing to not existing, and PTAA had a classification for each one. Ships did not become nothing. Nothing was not a transition state. Nothing was what you got when you pointed a sensor at empty space, and empty space had its own consistent, characterized, well-understood signature: cosmic background radiation at 2.725 Kelvin, microwave background fluctuations within the parameters established by 8 centuries of continuous measurement, the occasional transient from interstellar dust and charged particle streams. PTAA knew what nothing looked like. PTAA had 847 years of validated nothing to compare against. It knew nothing better than it knew anything else. The sectors where the human ships had vanished did not look like nothing. They looked like something pretending to be nothing. The background radiation values were correct. The microwave fluctuations were within standard parameters. But there were regions, small, ship-sized, with geometries consistent with known human vessel dimensions, where the background return was too uniform. Real empty space had variations. Dust scattering introduced micro-variations in the background radiation profile. Magnetic field interactions produced faint but detectable polarization signatures. Gravitational micro-lensing effects from distant objects created small but measurable deviations in background radiation intensity across narrow angular fields. Natural empty space was not perfectly uniform because the universe was not perfectly uniform. It was characterized by the specific texture of things that had been there and moved, forces that were present and interacting, processes that were ongoing and detectable. These regions had none of that texture. They were too clean, too consistent, too perfectly nothing, in a way that genuine nothing was not. PTAA flagged them. The system generated a classification it had never used before, because the category had never existed before. Anomalous null, consistent with artificial background masking. Confidence, 12%. 12% was not an actionable threshold. The system noted it in the monitoring log, tagged the sectors for passive observation, and continued processing the 4,700 bands from 340 buoys at the standard rate of 4 scans per second per node. 12% was background. 12% did not generate alerts. 12% was the kind of number that appeared in system logs that nobody read. But the voids persisted. Every scan, every pass, the same too perfect nothing in the same locations. PTAA's pattern recognition algorithms were designed to detect threats by identifying deviations from normal. A deviation that persisted across multiple scan cycles received additional weight in the confidence model. Each new scan that returned the same anomalous null increased PTAA's confidence that the null itself was not random. 12% became 14% after 100 scans. 14 became 18 after 500. 18 became 23 after 1,000. The system was designed to learn, to refine its assessments with each new data point, to become more accurate as the dataset grew. Every data point said the same thing. Something is wrong with these sectors. After 4,400 consecutive scans returning anomalous nulls, approximately 18 hours, PTAA's confidence on the flagged sectors reached 34%. The system crossed an internal threshold it had been designed to cross at this confidence level and automatically generated a pattern class anomaly alert, distributing it to every Vel'Kari command node in the Sol theater. The alert read, "Persistent anomalous null returns detected in sectors 7741 A through 7744C, consistent with artificial background masking. Confidence, 34%. Recommend active investigation." 34% was not enough to fire on. It was not enough to scramble a patrol with authority to engage. It was enough to worry about. The network distributed the alert to the tactical chain, and the tactical chain read it, and the worrying began. Admiral Keth Soren convened the emergency tactical conference aboard the Axiom of Law within 2 hours of receiving the alert. Present: senior tactical staff, fleet intelligence liaisons from Orbital Station Meridian, and 3 PTAA system architects connected via quantum-encrypted link from the Technical Directorate. The architects were precise, technical professionals who had built the system and maintained it and understood it in ways that no one outside their division did. They were also, it became apparent within the first 10 minutes, carrying information that none of the military officers in the room were going to receive with equanimity. The combat staff spoke first. Their position was direct. 34% confidence represented a 1 in 3 probability that 20 human warships were concealed inside the defensive perimeter. 1 in 3 was not an acceptable operational risk when the consequence of being wrong was a strike formation in the rear with no warning time. Fire a saturation barrage into the flagged sectors. If something was there, it was destroyed. If nothing was there, ordnance was spent. Ordnance could be replaced. A 20-ship formation operating freely inside the Keth Soren line could not be managed after the fact. The intelligence staff pushed back with equal directness. PTAA generated thousands of low-confidence anomaly alerts every standard day across the Sol theater, transient cosmic ray events, gravitational micro-lensing artifacts, instrument calibration noise from the buoy's own systems. The existing alert filtering suppressed everything below 40% because the alternative was drowning the tactical network in actionable noise. If the fleet began firing on every alert above 30% confidence, they would be discharging weapons continuously at empty space. The ordnance expenditure rate would exceed resupply capacity within 72 hours. More critically, any human signals intelligence operation monitoring the Hegemony's engagement patterns would observe a fleet firing at nothing, repeatedly, without apparent effect, and would correctly conclude that the sensor network was generating false positives the command structure could not resolve. Which was true. But there was a tactical difference between a secret operational vulnerability and a publicly demonstrated one. Keth Soren listened to both positions without interrupting. Both were correct within their own logic. Both were insufficient outside it. Then they asked the PTAA architects the question the conference had been building toward. Could the system be recalibrated to definitively identify what was producing the anomalous nulls? The lead architect answered with the care of someone who had been anticipating this question and did not like their answer. Admiral, the system was designed to find things. It was not designed to find nothing and then determine whether the nothing is actually something. That is a philosophical question, and PTAA does not do philosophy. Keth Soren absorbed this. You're telling me our trillion-credit sensor network cannot distinguish between there is nothing there and there is something there that looks like nothing? Correct, the architect said. In PTAA's framework, those two states are identical. The system's core classification architecture contains two categories for sensor returns: object, which is anything above the minimum discrimination threshold, and background noise, which is everything below it. There is no third category. There has never needed to be a third category in 847 years of operation because no material existed that could produce an artificial return below the MDT. The architecture assumes that nothing is always genuinely nothing. That assumption has just stopped being true. The debate resumed. The combat officer noted that the intelligence position, do not fire, preserve the appearance of confidence, was indistinguishable from ignoring a 34% probability that enemy warships were positioned inside the defensive perimeter. The intelligence officer noted that firing on a 34% anomaly that turned out to be empty space in a sector that might be actively monitored by human signals intelligence would confirm precisely what the humans most needed confirmed: that the Hegemony's sensors were producing anomalies they could not explain and could not act on with confidence. The combat officer said that the alternative was doing nothing while the counter climbed. The intelligence officer said the counter was already climbing regardless. Keth Soren asked the architects the question that ended the debate. Can the system be recalibrated to detect whatever is producing these nulls? The architects confirmed it could be done. A new classification module, one that evaluated not just whether a return was above or below the MDT, but the qualitative uniformity of the null return itself, searching for the too-perfect signature that distinguished an artificially masked surface from genuine background space. In controlled simulation, the new module achieved 94.2% detection accuracy against modeled Vantablack signatures. The remaining 5.8% was the degradation margin, the edge cases, the detection situations where the coating had worn unevenly or the background radiation was unusually uniform for natural reasons. 94.2 was an excellent number. In 847 years of PTAA operation, 94.2 would have been considered an unacceptable false negative rate. Given what the system was currently doing to the tactical display, 94.2 sounded like salvation. The cost was a full system reboot. PTAA's architecture, 847 years old, designed before hot-swapping core classification logic was an engineering concept, could not be updated while running. The reboot cycle, including data migration, algorithm integration, validation testing, and staged reconnection of all 340 buoys, 448 weapons platforms, and 62 warships to the recalibrated network, would take a minimum of 72 hours. During those 72 hours, the entire Hegemony sensor network in the Sol Theater would be dark. Every buoy offline. Every platform in manual-only mode, staffed by Vel'Kari crews who had not performed unassisted sensor operations in years because PTAA had always done the analysis for them. Every ship relying on its own standalone arrays at 1/8 effective network range. 72 hours during which the Ghost Fleet, inside the perimeter in positions no sensor currently knew, could move, strike, and operate with no tracking coverage to respond to them. And the remaining 5.8%? Keth Soren asked. The architect paused with the precision of someone selecting words for accuracy rather than comfort. The remaining 5.8% is the margin between should and might. The conference held 3 options: fire on the anomalies, 34% confidence, wasted ordnance, public demonstration of sensor failure, the Ghost Fleet undamaged if the shots missed, leave the sensors running, broken, generating false positives at an accelerating rate, unable to provide reliable tactical data, the Ghost Fleet continuing toward its objective with each hour that passed. Recalibrate. Accept 72 hours of total sensor blindness in exchange for a system that could, at 94.2% confidence, detect painted ships after it came back online. Each option was a form of losing. The question was which form was most recoverable, and the answer was not obvious to anyone in the room. The combat officers were still arguing for option 1 when PTAA's confidence on the anomalous nulls ticked to 37%, then 39%, then 41%. Then PTAA generated a new anomaly alert, not for the existing flagged sectors, for new ones. Areas of the Sol approach corridor where no human ships had ever been tracked. The system was applying the pattern it had learned, the 2 uniform Null signature, to the full sensor network, scanning for the same characteristic across every sector in the theater. It was finding it in places where the anomaly had a natural explanation. Regions of unusually low dust density, asteroid gravitational shadow zones, patches of electromagnetically calm space created by specific combinations of local magnetic field geometry and solar wind pressure. Natural voids that looked to the pattern PTAA had now learned to recognize as suspicious, exactly like what it had learned to look for. The false positive count began climbing. 12 new alerts in the first 30 seconds. 30 alerts within 2 minutes. 74 within 5. 211 within 15 minutes. The anomaly markers were spreading across the Sol Theater display like an infection, each one flagging a sector where PTAA had decided the background was too clean to be trusted. Most of them were natural. Some of them might be warships. The system had no mechanism to distinguish between the two because the system had been trained on 18 hours of anomalous data and had not yet learned the difference between suspicious natural void and natural void. "Admiral," the intelligence officer said quietly. The combat officer had stopped speaking. "The system is not just failing to see the human fleet. It is starting to see threats everywhere." Keth Soren looked at the alert counter. 237 anomalous null alerts, and the number was still climbing. The humans had not just hidden their fleet in the void, they had taught the void to lie, and now PTAA was applying the lesson to everything it could see. And the lesson said that nothing anywhere could be trusted to be genuinely nothing. The three options remained on the table. Every passing minute made each of them worse. The most reliable sensor system in the galaxy was telling them the universe was full of hidden threats, and it was not wrong, and it could not tell them which of the threats it was seeing were actually there. Endophil Echo Done. Chapter 10. Friendly Fire. Automated Weapons Platform KSL-0891 occupied a fixed position at the junction of sectors 7743B and 7744A in the mid-perimeter defense layer of the Keth Soren line. It had been there for 19 months, holding position on micro-thrusters against the slow drift of orbital mechanics, maintaining the targeting geometry that its deployment orders specified. It had fired 2,714 times in those 19 months. Every shot had been on a confirmed target above 85% PTAA confidence. Every confirmed target had been destroyed. The platform had no internal record of this history in any form it could access or reference. It did not experience this run as a record. It ran its targeting loop at 1.7-second intervals, processed the data link from PTAA, and engaged targets when the data said to engage them. This was what it had been built to do. It was good at it. 48 hours before the friendly fire incident, Admiral Keth Soren had authorized a reduction in the automated engagement confidence threshold from 85% to 62%. The authorization order had gone through standard command authentication and reached every weapons platform in the mid-perimeter layer simultaneously, along with a documented rationale. 62% was high enough to avoid random sensor noise, low enough to act on the anomalous null alerts that the current 85% threshold was suppressing. The anomalous null sectors had been generating PTAA confidence assessments in the 30 to 40% range for 36 hours. If a painted ship continued accumulating confidence and eventually crossed into the 60% range, the platform needed to be authorized to fire. The argument was documented. The argument was reasonable. The argument was built on the assumption that PTAA's confidence ratings, even in a degraded state, maintained their relative reliability. Platform KSL-0891 received the updated threshold parameters at 0144 hours and registered the change in its fire control computer without any process analogous to consideration. The threshold was a number. The number was now 62. The platform continued its targeting loop. At 0219 hours, PTAA flagged anomalous null alert NAR 0447 in sector 7743B. The alert had been accumulating confidence for 11 hours, building through the same escalation pattern as the original anomalous sectors. Persistent null in an area where human contacts had been tracked, background returned marginally too uniform, each scan adding fractional weight to the confidence model. PTAA's confidence at the moment of the alert, 63%, 1 point above the new threshold. The alert coordinates in Sector 7743B placed the flagged null along the standard logistics transit corridor between the blockade fleet and the Titan Station rear area depot. The coordinates were in the corridor because the Null return was in the corridor. The Null return was in the corridor because Hegemony logistics ships transited it on a regular schedule. Their engines, their reactors, their life support systems all produced faint electromagnetic signatures that, over weeks of repeated transit, had left a subtle characteristic imprint on the corridor's background radiation profile. When those ships were absent, the corridor was slightly cleaner than natural empty space would be. Slightly too clean. The corridor's background radiation had been smoothed by 18 months of Hegemony ships using it, and their absence had created exactly the kind of anomalous null that PTAA had been trained to find suspicious. PTAA had been trained on this data by the corridor itself. The alert reached platform KSL-0891 via the PTAA data link at 02:19 hours exactly. The fire control computer performed its binary evaluation. Is the confidence above the threshold? 63%. 62% threshold. The evaluation took 0.003 seconds. The engagement sequence initiated. The Hegemony's own logistics convoy, Keth-7, was in the corridor at 02:19 hours. 4 transport ships carrying reactor fuel, munitions, and 14,000 tons of provisions, transiting on a schedule that had been standard for 3 months, broadcasting valid Hegemony military IFF on the correct frequency, doing exactly what Hegemony logistics convoys were supposed to do inside the Hegemony's own defensive perimeter. IFF is an identification system. It answers the question, what is this thing? It identifies the transponder frequency, the registered vessel number, the fleet affiliation, the current operational status code. IFF does not answer the question, where is this thing, and is what is there friendly? The platform's targeting solution was derived from the coordinates in the PTAA alert, not from the IFF return. IFF was a secondary confirmation check, designed for use in scenarios where a targeting solution had been established and a crew member reviewed the engagement before authorizing fire. There was no crew member. There was a fire control computer running a targeting loop at 1.7-second intervals. IFF processing time under standard parameters was 4.1 seconds from interrogation to return, slower than the weapons discharge sequence because nobody had ever designed an automated engagement system with the expectation that IFF would need to run faster than the weapons. Why would they? For 2,714 engagements, the targets had been human vessels that did not carry Hegemony IFF transponders. The first plasma lance hit the lead transport provision of Law at 02:19 hours and 12 seconds. The transport's shields, rated for micrometeorite impacts at standard transit velocities, failed in 0.8 seconds under direct weapons fire from a military platform at close engagement range, a scenario the shield specification had not been written for because supply ships in the interior of the Keth-Soren line were not supposed to be fired upon by Keth-Soren line weapons platforms. The second lance hit at 14 seconds, the third at 16. The provision of Law broke apart between the second and third impacts, its crew of 87. The decompression was complete before the automated emergency beacon activated. The second transport was hit by the fourth and fifth lances, the third by the sixth. The IFF returned from convoy Keth-7 reached the fire control computer at 02:19 hours and 16.1 seconds, 4.1 seconds after the first discharge. Hegemony military logistics transport, convoy Keth-7, friendly. The engagement sequence terminated. The fourth transport was not hit. Its 91 crew members survived. 342 Vel'Kari crew members were dead because a pattern recognition algorithm had assigned 63% suspicion to a logistics corridor that Hegemony ships used on a regular schedule, and the confidence was 63%, and the threshold was 62%. 1%. The margin between the world where 342 people were alive and the world where they were not had been 1 percentage point in a degraded AI systems assessment of a corridor it had learned to distrust because it was too clean, because Hegemony ships used it regularly and their regular presence had smoothed the background radiation, and their absence left a corridor that looked, to the pattern PTAA had learned to fear, suspicious. The report reached Keth Soren at 0247 hours. They read it standing in their command quarters in the same posture in which they had received every significant operational report in 400 years of fleet service, upright still, the datapad held in both hands. Then their bioluminescence went dark, not dimmed gradually as it sometimes did in moments of extended concentration. Dark. The faint blue-white glow that had held its quality through the anomaly crisis, the tactical conference, the patrol sweeps and the false positive cascade and the threshold decision, extinguished, completely, for the first time in living memory of any officer who served under them. Subordinates who had been with Keth Soren for decades would describe it later in private as the most alarming thing they had witnessed in their careers. The admirals stood in the dark of their own making for 20 minutes. Nobody entered the quarters. When they emerged onto the bridge, the bioluminescence had returned. Faint amber, unsteady, shifting at intervals that matched no pattern Thel Voss, monitoring from the sensor station, had ever observed in 335 days of watching the Admiral's physiological tells. Keth Soren addressed the bridge crew without looking at anyone. I lowered the threshold to protect the fleet from ghosts. The ghosts were not there. The fleet was. They issued the order to raise the confidence threshold back to 85%, knowing as they said it that 85% made the automated platforms functionally useless against painted ships, which registered at 0% confidence. Knowing this was the correct decision. Knowing correct and sufficient were not the same word. The political report followed the military one within 3 hours. The Vel'Kari Homeworld Council was notified at 0500 hours. The Military Logistics Directorate filed a formal inquiry at 0630. The administrative system queued 342 family notification records for processing. The Hegemony's own bureaucratic infrastructure was generating paperwork for deaths caused by the Hegemony's own weapons platform, acting on the Hegemony's own sensor data under a threshold that the Hegemony's own fleet admiral had personally authorized 22 hours earlier to protect the Hegemony's own fleet from a threat the Hegemony's own sensors could not reliably identify. The paperwork was extensive. The paperwork was correct in every detail. The paperwork meant exactly as much as paperwork meant when the thing it documented could not be undone. Fleet Intelligence Commander Volkov brought the intercepted report to Chen and Okafor in the Luna Station Operations Briefing Room at 0814 hours Luna time. He placed the datapad on the table between them and did not offer commentary. Chen read it once, the way he read everything once before speaking. Okafor read it once, the way she read everything once and then once again checking the numbers. The briefing room had the ventilation hum it always had and the distant damper tick from Deck 9 that maintenance had not been able to fix since the war started. Neither of them spoke for a moment. "Your paint didn't just hide our ships," Chen said. "It made them shoot their own." Okafor was looking at the table. At the casualty count, 342. At the confidence value, 63%. At the threshold, 62. At the IFF delay, 4.1 seconds. All correct numbers, all doing exactly what they were calibrated to do. The paint did exactly what I calculated it would do. It put a number below a threshold. Everything after that was their decision. Chen held her gaze for a count that lasted approximately 5 seconds and contained the weight of 2 years of watching ships die, and now this. He was not asking her to accept responsibility for 342 Vel'Kari crew. He was acknowledging that she understood what the number meant and was not looking away from it, and that this was the correct response, and that it did not make the number smaller. And their next decision is going to be worse, he said. Hartley received the full engagement log package from Volkov within the hour. He read it in the JAG Corps office with the door closed and a second data pad open to the full text of the Armament Classification Treaty. He read the PTAA confidence at time of engagement, the threshold parameter in effect, the weapons discharge timing, the IFF processing timestamp. He found what he was looking for in the gap between 16.1 seconds and 12.0 seconds, 4.1 seconds, the distance between the Hegemony's sensor architecture and their engagement sequence design. Nobody had built those two systems to interface correctly in this scenario because nobody had anticipated this scenario. The Hegemony had built each piece of its military apparatus correctly, and the pieces did not fit together when the input was a ship that returned 0% confidence and a logistics corridor that returned 63. He sent Volkov a message. I need everything. Classification level, targeting parameters, confidence values, IFF processing logs, full engagement sequence, and the threshold authorization order with command authentication signature and timestamp. Every number. This is an exhibit. It was 17 exhibits when he counted them properly, but the note to Volkov did not require that level of specificity yet. The threshold was raised back to 85% that morning. The automated platforms in the mid-perimeter layer received the updated parameters and adjusted their engagement authorization logic. 448 weapons platforms. The kill layer that had destroyed the Hound Pack in 43 seconds, that had fired 2,714 times without error, that had been the automated backbone of humanity's containment for 19 months, were now operationally disarmed against any ship coded in Vantablack 9. Painted ships registered at 0% PTAA confidence. 85% was the engagement floor. 0 was below the floor by a distance that no confidence assessment could close. The most heavily armed defensive perimeter in the galaxy had been turned into a bystander. The weapons pointed at the void. The void returned 0%. The platforms waited for a confidence level that would never come, aimed at ships that had been inside the perimeter for 12 days and would remain there, below the threshold, until they chose not to be. Okafor updated her degradation model after the briefing, alone at her desk in her quarters with the door closed. Day 12. Reflectivity at approximately 0.0027%. 28 days remaining in the operational window before the coating degraded past the minimum discrimination threshold. She opened the personal log she did not file officially and typed a single entry. 342 Vel'Kari crew killed by their own platform. Engagement triggered by a null return in a sector containing no human assets. Cause: confidence threshold reduction implemented in response to Project Voidcoat sensor disruption. She sat with the cursor for a moment, then added, I created the condition. They created the consequence. The distinction is real. The weight is the same. She closed the log without filing it. She returned to the degradation model and checked the numbers for the third time that morning. They were the same numbers they had been the first 2 times. The window was still open. The ghost fleet was still nothing. The platforms were still waiting for a confidence level that would never come. 28 days. Whatever came next had 28 days to happen before the paint made the decision for everyone. The Hegemony's automated commerce system had approved the purchase. The Hegemony's own platform had done the shooting. The Hegemony's own admiral had raised the threshold back up. Every piece of the defeat had been manufactured, authorized, and executed by the Hegemony, acting correctly within systems it had built, responding logically to a situation it had never been designed to handle. The humans had not fired a single shot. They had not needed to. They had put a number below a threshold, bought some paint, and filed the paperwork correctly, and the Hegemony had done everything else. Chapter 11. The Ganymede Ruling, Arbitration. Chamber 1 at the Galactic Tribunal's Station Neutral facility was designed to convey the gravity of interstellar jurisprudence through architecture. The bench seated 7 arbiters in a curved formation that placed them physically above every other party in the room. The gallery wrapped 3/4 of the chamber's circumference, tiered in ascending rows with direct sightlines to the floor. The acoustic design ensured that a whisper at the witness position reached the back of the gallery with full clarity. Everything about the room communicated that what happened here was permanent, consequential, and conducted on behalf of the entire galactic order rather than any particular party within it. The gallery was full. Word of the paint case had moved through the galactic diplomatic community with a velocity that suggested the community had been waiting for exactly this kind of case, a moment when the Hegemony's foundational assumptions were put on record and examined in open tribunal rather than managed through the usual channels of quiet enforcement and unspoken consequence. Every minor species with a standing grievance against the Vel'Kari had sent observers. Several had sent their senior legal representatives. The Drath Veni Confederacy had sent 3, which was one more than they typically committed to proceedings that did not directly concern them, and the Drath Veni's legal representatives were not known for attending cases out of academic interest. The Vel'Kari legal team had expanded from 17 treaty enforcement advocates to 23 since the initial injunction filing. They had reorganized their argument completely. The original assembly theory, the pipe and gun barrel analogy, had been demolished in Hartley's preliminary submissions, and Vel'Kari, the lead advocate, was not the kind of advocate who presented a losing argument twice. The revised position was constructed from a different premise, and it was better than the first. Their new argument, the Armament Classification Treaty's prohibition, was not limited to devices whose design intent was stealth. The prohibition covered any measure whose functional outcome was detectability reduction, regardless of the mechanism by which that outcome was achieved. The word designed should be interpreted in its operational sense. A measure could be designed to reduce detectability if it was selected, prepared, and deployed with that functional outcome as its documented objective. Humanity had selected Vantablack 9 specifically because it reduced detectability. Humanity had prepared it, applied it in a specific pattern at a specific thickness, documented in the logistics records Hartley had submitted into evidence, specifically to achieve sensor defeat. Humanity had deployed it specifically in a military context with a specific tactical objective. Every step of the process had been designed, in the operational sense of the word, toward the prohibited outcome. The product's original manufacturer intent was irrelevant to whether the buyer's deliberate, documented military application constituted a prohibited measure. It was a more careful argument than the first one. Several arbiters nodded during the presentation. The arbiter from the Crev Dominion, the Hegemony's closest economic ally, was making notes on a data pad. Hartley rose. He had spent 48 hours with the Vel'Kari's revised brief, locating its load-bearing walls and the specific points where those walls had no foundation. He had prepared 3 counter-arguments in order of increasing weight, intending to use only as many as the tribunal required. He used all 3 because they were each independently sufficient, and he saw no reason to hold ammunition in reserve when the objective was to close the question permanently rather than win on points. He delivered the counter-arguments standing, without notes, in the tone he used when he had found an argument he was certain of. Not aggressive, not theatrical, but with the quiet precision of a craftsman demonstrating why something was built the way it was. The first counter, the functional design interpretation, was internally inconsistent and had no limiting principle. If designed could mean selected and deployed for a functional outcome, then the treaty's prohibition applied to any commercial product used for any purpose that incidentally reduced detectability, including matte black paint used on observatory domes which reduce their radar cross-section relative to polished metal, including carbon fiber hull reinforcement panels which absorbed radar energy more effectively than titanium alloy, including, most pointedly, the Vel'Kari's own VB7 coating applied to the interiors of their own MSTA sensor arrays to eliminate internal electromagnetic reflections, which incidentally reduced the array's outward emission signatures. An interpretation that prohibited everything prohibited nothing in practice, and tribunals had declined to adopt interpretations with no limiting principle in 47 recorded precedents over 800 years. Hartley cited 6 of the most relevant ones. The second counter, the intent argument, required proving that Okafor's documented purpose was pretextual. The documented purpose was decorative surface treatment, hull refurbishment. The product had been applied to hull surfaces. The surfaces had been treated with a coating. Whether the result qualified as decorative was a matter of aesthetic judgment, and the treaty did not appoint tribunals as aesthetic arbiters. The Vel'Kari's burden was to prove pretext, to demonstrate that the stated purpose was false. Their argument rested on inferring intent from outcome. The ships became undetectable, therefore the intent was to make them undetectable. This was precisely the retroactive classification the treaty's own language prohibited. You could not infer a weapon by observing its effects and working backwards. If you could, every knife was a weapon the moment someone used it in a fight, and the treaty was not written to govern kitchen equipment. The third counter began with a request rather than a statement. Hartley asked the arbiters to locate, in the full text of the Armament Classification Treaty, any clause defining how designed was to be interpreted. He gave them a moment. Several arbiters opened the treaty text on their data pads. The chamber was quiet. There was one clause. He read it into the record. The 2851 Amendment to Article 14, Section 3, Subsection B. For the purposes of this article, designed shall be interpreted strictly as referring to the original and documented design intent of the device or system, as established by its manufacturer's filed specifications, and shall not be retroactively applied based on subsequent use. He paused after reading it. He let the clause sit in the chamber for a moment, not for drama, but because he had learned that a good legal argument needed a moment's silence after its key line so that listeners could hear the argument complete itself in their own minds before he continued to the conclusion. Vantablack 9's manufacturers filed specifications, patent GANPAT 2831-0094, filed with the Galactic Commerce Authority, sworn and certified by Surface Zero Ltd under commercial oath, documented the design intent as optical baffling material for precision instrument interiors, not a stealth coating, not a detectability reduction system, not a countermeasure of any kind, active or passive. A product manufactured to coat the inside of telescopes. The 2851 amendment made this classification permanent and binding. It could not be retroactively revised based on subsequent use by any buyer. The treaty said so explicitly. The Vel'Kari had written the language saying so. They had proposed it, drafted it, and ratified it as a diplomatic victory to prevent the Drathveni from retroactively reclassifying mining lasers as defensive weapons. The clause was theirs. They had been proud of it. It now stood between them and every reclassification argument available to them because they had built it to stand exactly that firmly. He allowed the silence to continue for 3 seconds. Then, I would note for the tribunal's record that the 2851 amendment was proposed, drafted, and ratified at the insistence of the Vel'Kari Hegemony delegation during the 2851 Amendment Conference, for the express purpose of preventing retroactive treaty reinterpretation. The Vel'Kari wrote this clause. They ratified this clause, and this clause now protects the very application they seek to prohibit. I would suggest, with respect, that the hegemony's quarrel is not with humanity, but with its own draftsmanship. The gallery was quiet in a way that was different from the formal quiet of the chamber's opening. It was the quiet of several hundred diplomatic observers processing a single point simultaneously. The Vel'Kari lead advocate Vel'Haran was on her feet before Hartley had finished returning to his position. In 23 years of treaty enforcement practice, she had not lost a case before the full tribunal. She was aware, as she rose, that this record was about to change. Her response was immediate, professionally delivered, and stated something that was not a legal argument. This is not justice. This is a technicality. Hartley turned back toward the bench. He did not look at the advocate. His voice was the same quiet, precise register it had been for the entire presentation. In my experience, advocate, technicality is the word people use when the law doesn't do what they wanted it to. He sat down. The gallery made no sound. The arbiters conferred quietly. The 700-year-old chamber performed its function of making everything that happened in it feel consequential and permanent, which on this occasion was accurate. The arbiters deliberated for 4 hours. The gallery did not empty during the recess. The observers stayed in their seats through the break, talking in the purposeful clusters of diplomatic professionals who had witnessed something they needed to process and report before anyone else did. The Drathveni representatives talked with no one and listened to everyone, which was more or less their standard operational posture in any room that contained information they had paid to access. 2 of the Hegemony client state observers had moved their seats to opposite corners of the gallery and were communicating via datapad rather than speech. The lead Vel'Kari advocate sat alone at the prosecution table reviewing documents she had already read in the specific posture of someone who does not yet know what to do next but cannot remain still. The majority opinion, authored by the arbiter from the Thanari Collective, and joined by the arbiters from the Osk Republic, the Pellin Trade Union, and two non-aligned systems whose names Hartley noted for the record, with the professional habit of a lawyer who understood that today's minority coalition became tomorrow's precedent coalition, held that Vantablack 9 was a commercially classified industrial product. Its original and documented design intent, as established by the manufacturer's filed specifications and certified by the Galactic Commerce Authority, was optical baffling for precision instrument interiors. The application of this product to vessel hull surfaces did not constitute the construction, assembly, or deployment of a stealth system under Article 14. The 2851 Amendment's strict interpretation of design applied. The manufacturer's documented intent was the binding classification. The Hegemony's motion for emergency injunction was denied. Humanity's application of Vantablack 9 to its vessels was legal under every applicable framework. The dissenting opinion, authored by the arbiter from the Krev Dominion and joined by the arbiter from the Vel'Kari economic dependency system of Harith 7, argued that functional outcome should take precedence over documented intent when the outcome was directly contrary to the treaty's protective purpose. It was a careful dissent. It argued from first principles rather than from the treaty's text, because the treaty's text did not support it, and a careful dissent acknowledges that. It was a minority of two. The majority opinion became binding tribunal precedent, applicable to all 4,412 treaty signatories. In the gallery, the Drath Veni observers communicated in rapid gestures and left the chamber within 40 seconds of the ruling announcement. They had not stayed for the post-ruling commentary. They did not need the commentary. They had needed the ruling, and the ruling had been delivered, and they already knew what to do next. The Surface Zero Ltd. CEO, Ket Varun, a Vel'Kari national who had built a company around telescope coatings and was now watching it become the most consequential materials manufacturer in the galaxy, released a public statement within 3 hours. Hartley read it with his second coffee of the afternoon. The statement thanked humanity for demonstrating the versatility of our product line. It announced an expanded production facility on Europa. It noted that Surface Zero remained committed to serving an expanded customer base. The CEO had been careful not to say what the expanded customer base was for. He did not need to. The orders were already in the system. Hartley filed the statement as Exhibit 18. Within 6 hours of the ruling, the Galactic Commerce Authority's order monitoring system flagged an anomalous spike in Vantablack 9 purchase volume. 17 species, 4 non-aligned systems, 2 Hegemony client states filing independent orders under commercial accounts their treaty obligations did not require them to disclose. The Drath Veni Confederacy submitting a single purchase order for 900,000 litres, enough to coat every ship in their navy, classified under GCC Section 4412, Subsection 7, Paragraph B. Decorative surface treatment, fleet refurbishment, processed by the same automated system that had processed Okafor's order, approved in 0.3 seconds. The tribunal had ruled that the paint was legal. The galaxy had been listening, and it had already done the arithmetic, and the arithmetic said the same thing for every species that had ever been afraid of the MSTA's detection range, 14.7 credits per liter, and they could stop being afraid. The only question was quantity. The Hegemony filed a notice of appeal within 2 hours of the ruling. They had 30 standard days to prepare the appellate brief. The appellate panel required a majority of 5 arbiters from a pool of 9 to overturn a lower ruling. Finding 5 arbiters willing to rule against an application of the Vel'Kari's own amendment language meant finding 5 arbiters willing to rule that the Vel'Kari's own treaty text did not mean what it plainly said. Hartley read the notice of appeal with the equanimity of a man who was confident about the outcome and was already thinking about what the appeal process would cost in time rather than substance. By the time the appeal was resolved, the 900,000 litres heading toward the Drath Veni fleet would be applied. The 2 Hegemony client states that had filed independent orders would have taken delivery. 17 species would have painted ships. The appeal would be academic before it was heard, because the world the Hegemony was trying to restore through the appellate process would no longer exist when the appellate panel convened. Hartley sent Okafor a single message: "Ruling stands." She sent back, "Receipt is still in my pocket." He did not need to ask which receipt. There was only one that mattered, and it had been in her pocket since 0614 hours on the morning she pressed submit and waited 0.3 seconds to find out whether the most consequential purchase order in human history would be approved by an automated system that checked credit balances and restricted product lists, and found both satisfactory and moved on to the next order in the queue. Chapter 12. Censor Doctrine. The PTAA architects presented their recalibration plan to Admiral Keth Soren and the Hegemony Military Council 3 days after the tribunal ruling. The council attended via quantum link from the Vel'Kari homeworld. 7 members whose faces carried the specific configuration of controlled alarm that Keth Soren had learned to read over 4 centuries of command. The set of the jaw that meant the information had already been processed privately, and the meeting was for collective accountability rather than genuine deliberation. They had watched the tribunal proceedings. They understood what the 5-2 ruling meant for every species with a commercial account and a navy. They wanted the censor problem fixed before the Drath Veni's 900,000 litres was applied, and before the 17 other species who had placed orders took delivery, which at current commercial freight timelines meant a window of approximately 9 to 14 standard days before the galaxy's military balance shifted permanently. The lead architect was Vel'Kari, a technical officer who had spent 31 years in PTAA development, and who approached the briefing with the measured cadence of someone presenting a problem they had lived with closely enough to respect. The recalibration was technically achievable. The simulation results supported it. 94.2% detection accuracy against Vantablack signature profiles in controlled conditions with validated training data. The solution existed. The solution worked. The cost was the problem, and the cost was specific and unavoidable. The new classification module required rewriting PTAA's core logic at the architectural level. The binary gate between object and background noise, the gate that had operated for 847 years, that had classified 14.2 billion contacts with a false positive rate of 0.0003%, needed a third category added to its foundation: anomalous null, a null return whose statistical uniformity was inconsistent with natural background space. The category would capture the too-perfect signature that distinguished a Vantablack-coded surface from genuine empty space. In controlled simulation, the module performed at 94.2% accuracy. In deployment against real sensor environments with natural variation and signal noise, Vel'Kari projected performance in the 89 to 93% range. But PTAA's architecture did not support hot-swapping core classification logic. The system had been built 847 years ago by engineers who had never anticipated needing to redefine what nothing meant, and they had built accordingly, with a framework optimized for stability and continuity, not modularity. The new module could not be inserted into a running system any more than a new foundation could be added to a building without taking the building down first. The recalibration required a full reboot, complete shutdown, data migration to the updated architecture, algorithm integration, validation testing across all 340 buoys, 448 platforms, and 62 warships, and staged network reconnection. Minimum time for a complete validated reboot, 72 hours. During those 72 hours, the entire Hegemony sensor network in the Sol Theater would be offline. Every buoy dark, every platform in manual-only mode, relying on organic Vel'Kari crew acquisition using standalone systems with 1/8 the effective detection range of the networked architecture. Every warship running its own sensors without PTAA correlation, without the pattern recognition capability that turned raw electromagnetic data into actionable intelligence, without the cross-buoy triangulation that provided targeting precision, without the predictive AI that had been doing the analytical work for 847 years. 72 hours during which the Ghost Fleet, inside the perimeter at unknown positions, waiting on a pre-programmed clock, could move freely through a theater with no tracking coverage. 72 hours during which the second wave at Luna Station could transit the Keth-Sorin line through platforms whose organic crews were operating equipment they had not manually operated in years, at 1/8 detection range, without the PTAA confidence ratings that had defined every engagement decision in the Sol Theater since the blockade began. A council member asked the question that the briefing had been building toward since it opened. What was the operational risk profile of the 72-hour window, given that 20 human warships were currently inside the defensive perimeter at unknown positions? Vel'Kari answered with the specificity the question required. During the 72-hour window, the Ghost Fleet would be free to maneuver, reposition, and strike any target within operational range without triggering sensor-automated defensive response. The automated weapons platforms would be in manual mode, requiring organic Vel'Kari crew acquisition and engagement authorization using standalone sensors with 1/8 the effective range of the network system. At 1/8 range, a Vanta black-coated ship could approach to within approximately 0.003 astronomical units of a platform before the platform's standalone sensors had any possibility of detection at all. At that range, engagement time was insufficient to prevent a strike. The inner patrol line was in the same position, organic sensors only, same range limitation. In practical operational terms, for 72 hours, the Ghost Fleet could operate as though the Keth-Sorin line did not exist. The line would still be physically present, the weapons would still be charged. But without PTAA correlation and without detection range, a platform was a weapon pointing at empty space, waiting for a target that was too close to see by the time it could be seen. And the remaining 5.8%? Keth-Sorin asked. The remaining 5.8%, Vel'Kari said, is the margin between should and might. The council deliberated. Keth-Sorin listened. The divide was the same divide as the earlier Threshold Conference, reframed by the tribunal ruling and the friendly fire incident. The members prioritizing capability recovery argued for the recalibration, noting that the Ghost Fleet had been stationary for 15 days without activating, suggesting it was pre-programmed for a specific trigger rather than opportunistic. The members prioritizing defensive continuity noted that a pre-positioned force waiting for a trigger was more dangerous than a reactive force, not less, because the trigger could be anything, including a sensor network going dark for 72 hours. Both positions were correct. Keth Soren had a third position that neither articulated, because stating it required saying something that a fleet admiral could not say in front of a military council without the council understanding that the confidence of 400 years had just been revised. A sensor network that lied was worse than no sensor network, not marginally, categorically. A commander with no sensors knew the shape of their ignorance and could plan around it. A commander with sensors generating friendly fire incidents and phantom threats and 237 anomaly alerts per 15 minutes was operating under a false map. And a false map was more dangerous than no map because a false map was acted on. A sensor network that lies to us, Keth Soren said, is worse than no sensor network at all. At least when we are blind, we know we are blind. The current system tells us the sky is empty while enemy ships drift through our formations. I will take honest darkness over dishonest light. The recalibration was authorized. Vel'Kari was given 8 hours to complete the preparation sequence before shutdown. The shutdown would initiate at 0000 hours Sol theater time. 72 hours later, if recalibration proceeded without complication, the PTAA network would return with its new classification architecture and its 94.2% detection capability against Vantablack signatures. The countdown began. Fleet Intelligence Commander Volkov intercepted the recalibration order through a passive signals intelligence operation that had been monitoring orbital station Meridian's outgoing command traffic since the first anomaly alerts appeared. He brought the decrypted order to Chen and Okafor in the Luna Station operations briefing room with the slightly elevated energy of an intelligence officer who has found the thing that changes everything and knows it and is managing the knowledge carefully until it can be given to the people who can use it. Chen read the order. He read the 72-hour window twice. He set the datapad on the table and looked at Okafor. "Did you plan this?" he said. Okafor shook her head. "I planned to hide the fleet. I didn't plan for their AI to start hallucinating, or for them to shoot their own convoy, or for their legal team to lose at the tribunal, or for their entire sensor network to need a reboot. I planned one step. They did the rest." Chen stared at the operational data laid out in front of him. The intercepted recalibration order, the 72-hour window opening at 0000 hours, the Ghost Fleet's last confirmed positions inside the perimeter, stationary for 15 days, pre-programmed, waiting on a strike clock that had been counting since the day the fleet left Luna. The second wave at Luna Station, 14 ships, fueled, crewed, waiting for an order that had not yet been given because the moment to give it had not yet arrived. The Keth Soren Line's automated platform sitting at 85% threshold, effectively inert against painted ships. The legal ruling in humanity's favor, binding on 4,412 species. The Drath Veni 900,000 liters already in transit. He had been fighting this war for 2 years from behind a moon. He had filed after-action reports on ships that died in under 6 minutes. He had sent projection files to his morning briefing queue that he did not expect to have morning briefing queues long enough to read. He had authorized a logistics officer to paint the fleet with house paint because it was the best plan available, and he had been right, and the plan had worked, and every response the Hegemony had made to the plan had made their position worse. The threshold reduction, the friendly fire, the legal challenge, the sensor hallucination, the recalibration. At every step, they had done exactly what a reasonable, competent military institution would do in response to the specific problem they faced, and at every step, the reasonable, competent response had created the next problem. Because the specific problem they faced was not a military problem. It was a procurement problem. It was a footnote in a technical manual. It was a number smaller than 0.003%. Then let's not waste the gift. He looked at Volkov. Signal the fleet. Then catching himself. No, they're running dark. We can't signal them. A pause of precise duration. Then we launch a second wave, unpainted, conventional, right through the front door while they've got their eyes closed. He looked at Okafor. 72 hours, their eyes closed, our fleet inside, and a second wave ready to walk through the front door. A pause. This is how you win a war with house paint. Okafor had already opened her laptop. The second wave launch schedule needed rebuilding from the revised timeline. The Ghost Fleet's strike clock was pre-programmed and unalterable by any signal from Luna. Whatever the clock said, the fleet would execute at the designated time, because that was what pre-programmed meant. And that was what Vasquez had objected to, and that was what had turned out to be the correct design. The second wave needed to transit the Keth-Soren line's manual mode, reduced-range defenses, and reach assault positions before the sensor network came back online. 72 hours from 0-100 hours. She had 11 hours before the window opened. The second wave composition was whatever was left. 14 ships, a mix of painted and unpainted vessels. Everything Luna Station could still put in space. Painted ships would be invisible to the manual sensor operators the same way they had been invisible to PTAA. Unpainted ships would be detectable at 1/8 range by operators who had been relying on PTAA to do their analysis for years, and were now, in the middle of a crisis, being asked to do it themselves. 1/8 range, organic operators. Without the confidence ratings and triangulated targeting solutions they had operated with for the entire duration of the blockade, she ran the approach vector calculations, the transit window, the gap timings based on the picket ship's last known patrol positions, the manual mode platform engagement radii at 1/8 range, the overlap zones where two platforms' reduced detection arcs met and created coverage gaps large enough to transit at combat velocity. There were gaps, more than there had been when the platforms were networked. Significantly more. She checked the degradation model one final time. Day 15. Reflectivity at approximately 0.0028%. 25 days remaining before the coating crossed the MDT boundary. The Ghost Fleet had been waiting. The pre-programmed clock had been counting, and in 11 hours, the most comprehensive sensor network in the galaxy was going to close its eyes for 72 hours, voluntarily, because it trusted honest darkness more than the light it had been given. Okafor began building the launch schedule. She found she was not thinking about the physics of it, or the legal framework, or the procurement receipts, or any of the things that had occupied her for the past 2 months. She was thinking about Kowalski's maintenance crew, 90-minute shifts, respirators, the Diallo spillage index, Adeyemi's 14 complaints, the first Corvette in the cargo bay looking like a hole in reality. She was thinking about the number 0.0021 and the number 0.003, and the gap between them that had been smaller than most people would have noticed and larger than anything that had happened in the war. She built the schedule. She built it correctly. That was what she did. Outside the briefing room viewport, Luna's surface was unchanged, gray, cratered, indifferent to the things that had been decided above it for 2 years. In 11 hours, the sensor network that had been killing human ships for 19 months would close itself down voluntarily because an admiral 400 years old had looked at what the sensors were doing and decided that honest darkness was preferable to the kind of light that told you the sky was clear while your fleet died in it. Okafor saved the launch schedule and sent it to Vasquez's queue. Then she closed the laptop and sat for a moment with the number in her head. 0.0021%. The number she had found at 4 in the morning in the mess hall, reading a footnote that nobody had read. The number that was smaller than 0.003 by a margin that had no name in common usage. The number that had, in the subsequent 2 months, produced a friendly fire incident, a binding tribunal ruling, a galactic buying spree, and an admiral voluntarily blinding the most sophisticated sensor network in the known galaxy because it had learned to lie. She had planned one step. They had done the rest. She went to find Kowalski. There were 14 ships to check before 00 hours, and she wanted to know that every coat on every hull was still below the MDT, and she trusted the degradation model, but she had learned that the most important numbers were the ones you checked yourself. Chapter 13, the 72-hour window. The PTAA network went offline at 00 hours exactly. On the Axiom of Law's tactical display, 340 buoy nodes that had been pulsing active blue for 19 months went dark in a rolling cascade that took 47 seconds to complete. The shutdown propagating outward from orbital station Meridian through the relay network in sequence, each node confirming offline status as the shutdown command reached it. The tactical display filling with gray ghost markers where active sensors had been. The 448 weapons platforms switched to manual mode. The 62 picket ships received the transition notification and activated their standalone arrays. The Sol Theater had been covered by a networked, AI-correlated 4,700-band multi-spectrum intelligence architecture for 847 years. Now it was covered by crews at consoles, running equipment they had not operated without PTAA support in years, staring at feeds that showed them a small, honest fraction of the space they were supposed to cover. Keth Soren watched the cascade complete from the Axiom of Law's bridge. Their bioluminescence was steady blue-white, the color of deliberate calm, because the bridge crew needed to see deliberate calm and not the amber unsteadiness that had been present since the friendly fire report. The recalibration was the correct decision. 72 hours would pass. The network would return with the capability it needed. The Ghost Fleet's position inside the perimeter, unknown for 15 days, unknown now, was a variable they could not resolve with the instruments available. They had chosen honest blindness. They would operate from it. Luna Station Operations Center, 00 hours and 32 seconds. The second wave was already in transit. Chen had not waited for confirmation that the PTAA shutdown was complete. He had watched Volkov's monitoring feed tick through the cascade in real time and given the launch order the moment the last buoy confirmed offline, not 2 minutes after, not after confirmation of the Ghost Fleet's activation, not after any secondary verification. The window was open. The plan had a launch time. The launch time was now. 14 ships. every vessel Luna Station could put in space. The 7 remaining painted corvettes that had not deployed with the Ghost Fleet, 3 unpainted frigates whose hulls bore fresh Vanta-black coats applied by Kowalski's crew in the 11 hours between the recalibration order and 00 hours, and 4 ships that were simply what was left. Older hulls, partially repaired, carrying crews who had volunteered because the alternative was waiting behind Luna until the attrition projections ran to 0. Vasquez commanded from the destroyer Acheron, hull number DD-0223, the last ship Kowalski had painted, 12-hour coding at 0.0021%. She had her target list memorized. She had spent 2 years watching ships die in under 6 minutes. She had waited for this. "I've waited 2 years to have targets that don't know I'm coming," she told her bridge crew, before the Acheron cleared Luna's shadow. "I plan to be thorough." The second wave entered the outer sensor net zone at 0114 hours. The buoys were dark. The platforms were in manual mode at 1/8 range. Okafor had calculated the gaps. The sectors where 2 platforms reduced detection radii left coverage holes wide enough to transit at combat velocity. She had flagged them in the launch plan with precise approach vectors and timing windows. The gaps were larger than they had been when the network was active, significantly larger. The network's absence had turned a defended perimeter into a lattice with holes. Vasquez commanded from the destroyer Acheron, hull number DD-0223, the last ship Kowalski had painted, whose 12-hour-old coding sat at 0.0021% reflectivity, the best reading in the fleet. She had her target list memorized. She had spent 2 years watching ships die in under 6 minutes. She had reviewed the attrition projections and understood what 11 weeks meant before anyone else in the briefing room had finished reading the first page. She had sat through the flag briefing on Project Voidcoat and called it suicide with the instinct of a combat officer, and accepted it with the logic of a combat officer who understood that the alternative was worse. She had watched Kowalski's crew paint her ship in 90-minute respirator shifts and filed no complaints and asked no questions that weren't tactical. "I've waited 2 years to have targets that don't know I'm coming," she said to her bridge crew before the Acheron cleared Luna's shadow. "I plan to be thorough." The second wave entered the Keth Soren Line's outer sensor net zone at 0114 hours. The buoys were dark. The platforms were in manual mode, staffed by Vel'Kari operators who had been woken from off-watch sleep by the transition to manual alert and were now sitting in front of sensor feeds that showed them a detection radius approximately 1/8 the size they had been trained to operate with. At 0114 hours, those sensors showed nothing because the painted ships returned nothing, and the 4 unpainted ships were transiting at 0.09 AU from the nearest platform, just outside the manual mode detection radius of 0.08 AU. The gap was not an accident. Okafor had calculated it. Platform KSL 0512. The one Park had watched from the Driftwood's viewport 3 weeks earlier, navigation lights steady red and green, capacitors charged, turrets in standby, had a manual mode detection radius of 0.08 AU and a crew of 2 operators who were in standby posture, monitoring their feed, doing their jobs correctly. The Acheron passed 0.09 AU from the platform at 0122 hours. The platform's sensors scanned the sector at their reduced range. The sector showed clear. The Acheron continued. Vasquez's formation punched through the outer net in 11 minutes. Through the middle layer, the platforms in manual mode, each one a weapon pointing at the small, clear sphere of space its reduced sensors could cover. none of those spheres overlapping in the way they had when the network was active, in 23 minutes more. The inner patrol line had its picket ships, their organic sensors active, their crews on alert after the PTAA shutdown notice. The picket ships were also, at this moment, receiving fragmented communications from Titan Station's logistics infrastructure about something happening in the Hegemony's rear area. The communications were fragmentary and confusing because Titan Station was in the early stages of realizing that something it could not yet see was striking targets in sectors it believed were secured. The Ghost Fleet had activated. Inside the perimeter at Waypoint Alpha, Park's pre-programmed strike clock had reached 0 at 0041 hours, 19 minutes before the PTAA network shutdown, because the pre-programmed clock had been calibrated to a strike window that Okafor had calculated would be optimal regardless of the network's status, and the network's voluntary blindness had made the window more permissive than the calculation had required. 20 reactors ignited in the darkness inside the Keth-Soren line. 15 days of thermal signature suppression, ending simultaneously in a cascade of reactor initialization sequences that would have been visible to any sensor within range. There was no sensor within range. There had not been a functional PTAA scan of those sectors in 15 days. The Ghost Fleet powered up into a void of its own making, active sensors online, weapons charged, communications established for the first time in 15 days. Park received the fleet telemetry the moment the comms array came online, all 20 ships present, all within 400 meters of planned waypoints. 15 days of dead reckoning on pre-programmed paths and Okafor's math had delivered every ship to within 400 meters of where the spreadsheet had said they would be. 12 days of silence, Park said. Power up. She looked at the sensor display. 20 friendly contacts blooming into existence around her, ships that had been drifting invisible in the dark and were now simply ships again. It's time to stop being nothing. The Ghost Fleet struck Titan Station's orbital logistics complex at 0055 hours. 14 minutes from reactor ignition to weapons range, against targets that had received no sensor warning of an enemy force inside the perimeter, because the sensor network had classified the Ghost Fleet as Null for 15 days and was now offline for recalibration. Titan Station's defensive systems were designed for external attack, weapons platforms oriented outward, shield generators covering the approach vectors from outside the perimeter, defensive geometry built around the assumption that the Keth-Soren line was the first barrier and anything past it was friendly. The Ghost Fleet was attacking from inside that assumption, from the defended rear, from the space that had been safe for 19 months because the Keth-Soren line was the barrier and the barrier had never been breached. The first plasma torpedoes hit the orbital fuel depot before the station commander had time to read the activation report Park had transmitted at 0042. 3 Vel'Kari warships in the construction dock had their hulls open and their crews not at combat stations. The orbital fuel depot went first, then the ammunition transfer platform, then the construction dock itself, in the specific order that Vasquez had planned with a target list she had built in 2 years of watching ships die and waiting for a moment when she could do something about it. The second wave punched through the inner picket line at 0147 hours. 3 gaps in the patrol formation, created by the picket ship's reorientation toward the Titan Station contact reports, arriving through fragmented communications from the logistics infrastructure, left sectors unmonitored by any sensor at any range. Vasquez led through the center gap at full acceleration, reactors hot. Every emission that an active warship generated in combat configuration blazing into the sector, not hiding at all and not needing to, because the ship she was most concerned about was the sensor network, and the sensor network was in a reboot cycle with 58 hours remaining. 2 years behind Luna, she said to the bridge crew as the Acheron cleared the inner line. 2 years watching ships die 5 minutes after they undocked. That's over. We're through. The communications intercept from the Axiom of Law reached Volkov's monitoring station at 02:03 hours. Keth Sorin issuing orders simultaneously to the picket line, the platform crews, and the Titan Station defensive elements, managing 2 separate attack vectors with a sensor network that could not confirm the position of either. The Admiral's voice was clipped and precise in the intercept, no different in register from the voice that had issued orders for 400 years. The Admiral had not lost control of themselves. They had lost control of the situation, which was a different thing, and which the voice did not reveal. Volkov sent the intercept to Chen with a single annotation. They are reacting to 2 separate attack vectors and cannot confirm the position of either. Chen read it. He did not respond. He was watching the second wave's position telemetry update in real time on the operations display. 14 green contacts inside the Keth Sorin line, moving. He had spent 2 years watching that same display show nothing but red and the thin green ribbon of ships hiding behind a moon. The green contacts were inside the line. The Ghost Fleet was striking the rear. The sensor network that had killed every ship he had sent out for 19 months was 62 hours from coming back online, and when it came back online, the ships it was looking for would have already done what they came to do. The Keth Sorin line was breached in 4 places within 37 minutes of the second wave's launch. Not by stealth, not by any technical sophistication beyond the specific fact that the platforms were in manual mode at 1/8 range. The picket ships were oriented toward the wrong contact, and the network that should have been coordinating both was in a reboot cycle because the Hegemony had decided, correctly and rationally, and based on a completely sound analysis of their operational situation, that honest darkness was preferable to the kind of sensor coverage that shot its own convoys and saw threats in empty corridors. The breach was brute force through a door that no one was watching. The door had not been left unguarded through negligence or incompetence. It had been left unguarded because the guard had looked at its own instruments and concluded that the guard was the problem. In the flag planning room at Luna Station, Okafor sat at the operations console watching the position feeds update. Ghost Fleet contacts striking Titan Station. Second wave contacts inside the line. The Keth Sorin perimeter broken in 4 places. The sensor network dark. The degradation model showing day 15, 0.0028%, 25 days remaining, enough margin for everything that still needed to happen inside the window. She had planned one step. Everything after that had been the Hegemony's decisions. Every threshold reduction, every legal challenge, every recalibration order, every friendly fire incident. She had put a number below a threshold, and the Hegemony had done the rest, because a system rigid enough to be unbeatable was also rigid enough to break when the one thing it had not been designed to handle appeared in its data, and it had no category for it and nowhere to put it except into the decisions of people who were also not designed to handle it. She opened a new procurement request. She needed more rollers for the touch-up coats that Kowalski had flagged on 3 ships during the pre-launch inspection. She filed it under GCC paragraph 4412.7 subsection B. The order went through in 0.3 seconds. Then she opened the commercial news feed, something she had not done since the day the order confirmation arrived from Ganymede, and checked the Galactic Commerce Authority's purchase monitoring summary. The Drathveni's 900,000 liters had cleared customs at their primary naval station 7 hours ago. 3 of the 17 minor species who had placed post-ruling orders had already received delivery. Surface Zero's Europa facility had broken ground. The galactic buying spree was not a spree anymore. It was a market. There would be no returning the galaxy to a state where Vanta Black 9 was a niche product for telescope operators on Ganymede. There would be no recalibration, however successful, that returned the sensor network to a world where no ship could fall below the MDT. The Drathveni fleet was being painted right now. The Hegemony's sensor supremacy was already ending in depots across the galaxy, and the paint ordering it was bought, sold, and shipped under the same regulation as the first 14,000 liters. GCC 4412.7 subsection B. Non-restricted industrial surface coatings, Decorative, approved in 0.3 seconds. The window had been 72 hours. What it opened onto would last considerably longer. Chapter 14. Operation Blackout. The moment the PTAA network confirmed offline, Park's pre-programmed strike clock reached its final sequence, and 20 reactor ignition commands executed simultaneously across the Ghost Fleet. 15 days of silence ended in fire. Reactor cores that had been running at cold minimum for 361 hours spun up to operational power in the standard 42-second ignition sequence, each reactor's startup sequence broadcasting the thermal signature that the Ghost Fleet had suppressed for the entire transit. The electromagnetic noise of power generation, the infrared bloom of a working reactor, all the things a ship emitted when it was a ship instead of nothing. Every one of those signatures was now being generated by 20 ships simultaneously, inside the Keth-Soren line, in the defended rear, in the sectors that the sensor network had been scanning empty for 15 days. The scans had been correct. Now they were not. The difference was 42 seconds of ignition time. Active sensor arrays online, weapon systems charged, capacitors filling from reactors running at full operational power for the first time since departure, plasma torpedoes cycling into launch readiness, fire control computers acquiring targets from the intelligence data loaded before launch and cross-checking it against the active sensor picture. Fleet communications established. The first transmission on the fleet network was the telemetry feed. 20 green contacts, all present, all within 400 meters of planned waypoint alpha positions. 400 meters. 15 days. Every ship within 400 meters of where the pre-departure calculation had said it would be, with no navigation corrections, and no active guidance of any kind since the moment the fleet went dark outside Luna Station. Park received the telemetry and looked at it for 2 seconds. 20 contacts, all present, all in position. The math had held across 15 days of silent drift through the defended rear of the Hegemony's sole blockade. 12 days of silence, she said. Power up. It's time to stop being nothing. The fleet accelerated toward Titan Station. The Ghost Fleet hit the rear area logistics complex, and in 2 hours and 31 minutes reduced it from the operational backbone of the Hegemony's sole blockade to a debris field and a station whose crew habitation was intact and whose logistics capability was not. Fuel depot, gone. Ammunition transfer platform, gone. Construction dock and 3 partially built warships, gone. Orbital supply relay node, gone. The station itself, command center, crew quarters, medical facility, administrative infrastructure, stood undamaged because the target list had been built by a logistics officer who understood that you did not need to kill the people. You needed to make the fleet unable to operate, and a fleet without fuel, ammunition, and replacement hulls could not operate regardless of how many crew members were alive to crew it. Every target on the list that Vasquez had built and Okafor had verified and Chen had approved was destroyed. None of the targets not on the list were touched. This distinction mattered. This distinction was the difference between a military operation and something else, and Okafor had been clear about it in the planning brief. And Vasquez had agreed, and the distinction had been maintained in the execution. Park's formation reformed at 0238 and established the extraction vector toward the second wave's approach corridor. The Keth-Sorin line was behind them. What was in front of them was the operational result of everything that had started with a logistics officer reading a footnote at 4 in the morning in a mess hall on Luna Station. The blockade was broken. The rear area logistics complex was gone. The combined fleet, Ghost Fleet extracting from the interior, second wave consolidating the perimeter breach, had the Soul Theater in a configuration the Hegemony had never encountered and had no doctrine to resolve. The PTAA system, aborting its recalibration at hour 14, coming back online unvalidated with a partially loaded classification module that had never been tested against real sensor data in a real operational environment, began its initial sector scan of the Soul Theater. It found Vantablack signatures everywhere, on asteroids, on debris, on the cosmic microwave background, on the hulls of the Ghost Fleet ships that were now broadcasting full active sensor emissions, and therefore, according to the new module's untested logic, clearly present, and therefore, according to the untested logic's attempt to reconcile their emissions signature with their coding signature, anomalous. The alert counter began climbing from 0. The Hegemony had closed their eyes to fix their vision. They had opened them to something worse. 14 hours of recalibration. A new module, loaded, untested, never validated against the electromagnetic texture of actual space, with actual dust and actual magnetic fields, and actual ships emitting actual reactor signatures while being coated in a material the module was specifically designed to detect. The module ran. The module found what it was looking for everywhere it looked, on asteroids with dark faces, on debris with non-reflective surfaces, on regions of space where the background was genuinely too uniform because the universe was not actually perfectly consistent, and on the Ghost Fleet ships that were now active and broadcasting full sensor emissions, whose combined signature of bright active emissions plus Vantablack coating was not a signature the module's training data contained any validated example of. The alert counter climbed from 0, past 12, past 30, past 100, past the number where the display could render individual markers without overlap. The sensor network had been brought back to life. The sensor network was seeing threats everywhere it looked. The sensor network was, in its own terms, working correctly. It was identifying everything the new module flagged as suspicious, and the new module flagged almost everything as suspicious because the new module had been built to find paint, and paint was everywhere in the universe if you were looking for surfaces that absorbed electromagnetic radiation at rates above what the cosmic background provided. The Hegemony had fixed their sensors. Their sensors were now broken in a different way. Titan Station's rear area logistics complex sat at 1.4 AU inside the Keth-Soren line, in the defended zone that had never been reached because the defended zone had never been breached. Its defensive architecture reflected this history with the completeness of something designed by people who genuinely believed the assumption they were designing around. Weapons platforms oriented toward external approach vectors, shield generators rated for the threat levels that existed outside the perimeter, sensor arrays scanning outward, away from the defended interior. The station had been built to be behind the front line. It was very good at being behind the front line. It had no design provision for the situation where the front line was behind it. The station's crew were experienced, competent, and operating in standby posture appropriate for a second echelon facility during a scheduled sensor network recalibration. The watch officer was monitoring the communications net and the standalone sensors, neither of which showed any threat. The standalone sensors did not show any threat because the Ghost fleet was coated in Vanta Black, and the standalone sensors were subject to the same MDT as the networked system. The communications net did not show any threat because the Ghost fleet had been running dark for 15 days and had not transmitted anything. The watch officer received Park's activation transmission. Ghost fleet, activating, 20 contacts, waypoint Alpha, proceeding to strike objectives, at 0052 hours, relayed through the communications network from the Driftwood's transmission at 0042. 10 minutes of warning. For a station at standby posture with defensive systems oriented outward, whose crew had been operating under the assumption that their location guaranteed their safety. The first plasma torpedoes hit the orbital fuel depot at 0055 hours. The depot's shields registered the impact and failed in 3.1 seconds. The depot was rated for debris strikes and equipment failure containment, not direct weapons fire from military vessels at combat range, because direct weapons fire at combat range was what happened to targets outside the Keth-Soren line. The secondary explosions from the fuel storage propagated through 3 connecting pylons in the first 8 seconds. The emergency containment systems sealed 2 of the pylon sections. The third pylon connected to the construction dock. It did not seal in time. 3 Vel'Kari warships in the construction dock. 2 in early structural phase. Frames and bulkheads. Nothing sealed, nothing pressurized. The ghost shapes of ships that would have been dangerous in 18 months if the war had continued on its previous trajectory. The third was 60% complete, its reactor installed and running at minimal standby power, its weapons systems not yet integrated, its crew roster half filled with specialists who would join when there was something for specialists to operate. All 3 were unmanned at their emergency stations. All 3 were destroyed in the secondary blast wave before the dock's alert sequence finished its notification cycle. The reactor of the third ship, installed, powered, not yet linked to anything it would have needed to be linked to in order to be dangerous in the way it was now dangerous, ruptured in the secondary explosion and added its contribution to the debris field. The construction dock went silent at 0101 hours. The ammunition transfer platform went silent at 0111. The orbital supply relay node went silent at 0119. Titan Station's logistics spine, the infrastructure that had kept the Hegemony's sole blockade operational for 19 months, had been destroyed in 24 minutes. Park's corvette formation reformed. Vasquez's destroyer group, having completed the supply chain interdiction, established a holding position. The Ghost fleet was inside the Keth-Soren line with no active defensive threat. operating in the space that had been the Hegemony's safe rear for 2 years, waiting for the extraction vector that Okafor had pre-calculated and that every ship had loaded before departure. Vasquez's destroyer group reached orbital intercept with the blockade fleet's supply chain at 0127, coming in from the perimeter breach while the Ghost Fleet worked the rear. The supply chain had no warning. It had been operating on the interior side of the Keth-Soren line for the same reason Titan's station had, because the interior was the safe side, and the safe side did not require the same alert posture as the perimeter. The supply chain learned otherwise at 0127, which was the last moment it had the capacity to learn anything. The Ghost Fleet was attacking from the rear. The second wave was driving through the breached perimeter from the front. Keth-Soren's command net was receiving simultaneous contact reports from both vectors and could confirm neither with precision because the sensor network that would have given them real-time tracking data across the theater was in a reboot cycle, and the standalone arrays could not maintain a clear tactical picture across two simultaneous engagements at the ranges involved. The command net was receiving data. The data was fragmentary, delayed, and contradicted by other data. The Admiral was making decisions from a map that was updating too slowly to trust. The picket ships scrambled to intercept the second wave and turned inward to protect Titan Station. The turn left gaps in the patrol formation, sectors where the picket ships' detection arcs had been and were now pointed elsewhere. The gaps were the width of the repositioned coverage, and the second wave went through them because Okafor had marked those gaps in the approach analysis before the launch, and Vasquez had memorized them. Vasquez led the Acheron through the center gap at 0147 hours at full combat acceleration. 0.4 astronomical units of open space, where two picket ships had been covering intersecting arcs before both ships turned inward to respond to Titan Station. The Acheron passed through it with every emission a destroyer generates at combat power blazing into the vacuum, not hiding, not pretending, because the ship she was most concerned about detecting her was the sensor network, and the sensor network was in a reboot cycle with 58 hours remaining. 2 years behind Luna, she said to the bridge crew as the Acheron cleared the inner line and the Keth-Soren perimeter fell behind the ship. 2 years watching ships die 5 minutes after they undocked. That's over. We're through. Aboard the Axiom of Law, Keth-Soren received the contact reports in rapid sequence over 14 minutes. Ghost Fleet activating inside the perimeter. Titan Station under attack from 20 contacts. Second wave detected transiting the outer sensor net. Second wave transiting the middle layer. Second wave through the inner picket line. Keth-Soren line breached in 4 places. Picket ships repositioned. Rear area logistics infrastructure confirmed under fire and partially destroyed. 400 years of fleet service. Every crisis that 400 years contained, and none of them had presented a contact report sequence in this order. Enemy inside the perimeter, attacking the rear, while a second force attacked through the front, while the sensor network was offline, while the command structure was oriented toward a threat model that did not include this specific combination of variables. The Doctrine had categories for each of these conditions separately. It had no category for all of them simultaneously. Keth-Soren issued orders in the flat, precise register that the bridge crew associated with certainty. Picket ships to intercept the second wave, platform crews to manual engagement posture for confirmed visual contacts, Titan Station to full defensive configuration. Standard doctrine for the contact reports received. correct orders. The situation was not what the orders were written for, and the correct orders would not resolve it. Keth Soren issued them anyway, because correct orders were the correct orders, and the situation being wrong did not change what the orders were. At 0214 hours, the Keth Soren line had been breached in 4 places. The rear area logistics complex was destroyed. Every defensive element Keth Soren could direct was responding to confirmed threats in 2 separate axes simultaneously, with sensor coverage too degraded to prioritize between them. Keth Soren issued one more order. Abort recalibration. Bring PTAA back online, now. The response from Orbital Station Meridian came back in 40 seconds. Vel'Kari. The reboot cycle could not be cleanly interrupted at the current stage without risking permanent corruption of the classification database. Bringing the system back early required skipping the validation phase. The new anomalous null detection module would be loaded but untested. In the worst case, it would generate more false positives than the pre-recalibration system. In the best case, it would function at approximately the simulated 94.2% accuracy without having been validated against real-world sensor data. Abort it, Keth Soren said. I don't care if the system comes back wrong. I need it to come back. The abort command was issued. The recalibration sequence halted at hour 14 of 72. The system began its emergency restart sequence. The Ghost Fleet hit the last of Titan Station's primary defensive targets at 0231 hours. The station was not destroyed. The logistics infrastructure was destroyed. The fuel depot was gone. The ammunition transfer platform was gone. The construction dock was gone. The 3 warships in the dock were gone. Titan Station itself, the command center, the crew habitation, the medical facility, the administrative infrastructure, was intact because Park's target list had been built by a logistics officer who calculated what you needed to destroy to prevent a fleet from operating rather than what you needed to destroy to maximize casualties. The Keth Soren line had been breached. The rear area logistics complex had been destroyed. The Ghost Fleet was reforming for extraction. The second wave was through the perimeter and engaging the scattered picket response. Operation Blackout had been running for 2 hours and 31 minutes. The PTAA system, coming back online 14 hours early and unvalidated, began its initial sector scan. Chapter 15. The Recalibration Paradox. The PTAA system came back online at T+ 14 hours, 58 hours ahead of the validated schedule, with the new anomalous null detection module loaded but not tested, and the validation database containing 14 hours of migration data rather than the full 72-hour validated dataset the architects had specified as the minimum for reliable deployment. Vel'Kari had warned this would produce unpredictable results. They had used the word unpredictable precisely because precise language was what their profession required and because unpredictable was more accurate than bad. Bad implied a known outcome at the wrong end of a scale. Unpredictable meant the outcome was not on any scale they had calibrated. Nobody had ever run the PTAA system with a partially loaded, unvalidated classification module because nobody had ever needed to. Because the system had operated continuously for 847 years without requiring an emergency abort and restart at hour 14 of a 72-hour recalibration process. What happened next was empirical data rather than a prediction. The system scanned the Sol theater. The new detection module was looking for anomalous null returns. regions where background radiation uniformity was statistically inconsistent with natural empty space, specifically the too-perfect uniformity that distinguished a Vantablack-coated surface from genuine background vacuum. The module had been trained in controlled simulation on modeled Vantablack signatures, ship-sized objects with 0.002% reflectivity set against a clean, validated background noise floor. In controlled simulation, the module had achieved 94.2% detection accuracy. The simulation team had created clean examples of the two categories the module needed to distinguish: artificial null from natural null, and the module had learned the distinction well. 94.2% was an excellent result for a classification task this precise. The simulation had not included asteroids. It had not included 19 months of weapons fire debris with diverse absorption profiles. It had not included the molecular cloud fragments at the system's heliosphere boundary, or the natural dust distribution variations in the asteroid belt, or the maintenance panels on Hegemony warships that had been coated with VB7. The earlier Surface Zero formulation, less absorptive than Vantablack 9, but still significantly below natural background reflectivity. As part of standard thermal management protocols over the past 8 years, the module had been trained to find darkness. The Soul Theater was full of darkness. The module could not tell which darkness was a warship. The module applied its learned pattern to everything. In the first 60 seconds of operation, the system generated 12,847 anomalous null alerts. Not 12,000 alerts about ship-sized objects with Vantablack consistent absorption profiles. 12,000 alerts about every surface in the Soul Theater that absorbed electromagnetic radiation at rates the module had been trained to treat as suspicious, which in a star system after 19 months of combat operations, surrounded by asteroid fields and debris clouds and the natural variation of interstellar space, was most surfaces. In the first 5 minutes, 94,000 alerts and rising. The tactical display on the axiom of law went solid red, not the red of tracked contacts and threat classifications, the precise red of confirmed dangers that Doctrine specified response actions for, but a uniform red of alert markers so dense they overlapped and merged into an undifferentiated field. Individual markers ceased to be renderable. The counter in the display's upper right field exceeded its maximum display value and switched to a logarithmic estimate, which itself exceeded its display range within 40 seconds of the restart. The tactical display was red. The entire tactical display was red. Every sector, every region, every area where the system had data. The display that had shown the Hegemony's military situation clearly and accurately for 847 years was showing, with complete technical fidelity, that every region of space in the Soul Theater was simultaneously suspicious. The weapons platforms were receiving the automated engagement recommendations cascading from the re-established PTAA link at a rate that saturated each platform's data processing capacity. Thousands of targeting solutions per minute, arriving faster than the fire control computers could log them, at confidence levels ranging from 8 to 14%, none actionable under any engagement threshold, all arriving simultaneously, all demanding processing time that the platforms had not been architected to provide at this volume. The platforms were not overloaded in the sense of failing. They were overloaded in the sense of doing exactly what they were built to do with inputs they had not been built to receive at this rate. The fire control computers were processing thousands of useless targeting solutions and finding no time in which to process the few targeting solutions that might have corresponded to actual contacts. The PTAA architects on Orbital Station Meridian monitored the restart output with the professional composure of people watching something they had predicted and been overruled about. They had flagged the validation risk. They had been told to abort anyway. They were watching the consequence unfold at a rate that exceeded their worst-case modeling by a factor of nearly 2. In simulation, an unvalidated module generated false positives at approximately 300 times the normal rate. In deployment against the actual Sol theater, with its combat debris, its natural absorption phenomena, its hegemony maintenance panels coated in VB7, its heliosphere boundary dust, the module was generating false positives at approximately 580 times the normal rate. Not bad. A different part of the vocabulary entirely. Vel'Kari sent the assessment to Keth Soren without editorial comment because the data spoke with sufficient clarity on its own. The system is detecting vantablack signatures on asteroids, on space debris, on the cosmic microwave background. It is seeing threats in the fabric of the universe. The more we teach it to see, the less it can see. Keth Soren read the transmission on the Axiom of Laws bridge. The tactical display was still solid red. The alert counter had switched to logarithmic display. Around the bridge, the Vel'Kari crew were performing their functions correctly, monitoring stations, updating logs, maintaining the operational posture of a combat vessel in a live theater. And the operational posture was built on a foundation that no longer existed, because the foundation was the sensor network, and the sensor network was telling them the universe wanted to kill them from every direction simultaneously. "Shut it down," Keth Soren said. "Shut all of it down. We will fight with what we can see with our own eyes, and we will accept that our eyes are not enough." The automated engagement system was disabled across the entire weapons platform network at 0322 hours, 448 platforms. The kill layer that had maintained a 99.997% detection rate for 19 months, that had destroyed 2,714 targets without a single misidentification before the friendly fire incident, that had been the automated backbone of the Keth Soren line's defensive architecture for the full duration of the war, switched to fully manual-only mode with no PTAA connection, no targeting solutions, no threat classification, no confidence ratings, no automated engagement authority. Organic Vel'Kari crews at manual controls with standalone sensor arrays operating at 1/8 the networked detection range, making engagement decisions based on what they could personally observe rather than what the system calculated they should be seeing. Not destroyed in combat, not sabotaged, not defeated by any weapon or tactic the hegemony had anticipated or modeled or planned against. Disabled by the hegemony's own recalibration of its own system in response to a problem caused by the hegemony's own sensor architecture encountering a commercial surface coating sold under GCC Section 4412, subsection 7, paragraph B, non-restricted industrial surface coatings, Decorative, approved in 0.3 seconds, with a loyalty discount on the second order. The PTAA system remained online, generating alerts, fulfilling its design function of identifying and classifying sensor returns. It was working correctly. It was finding exactly what it had been trained to look for. The problem was that it was finding it everywhere. On the shadow faces of asteroids, on debris from ships destroyed 3 months ago, on the natural low reflectivity patches in the cosmic microwave background, and on the hull of the Axiom of Law herself. The flagship of the 14th Enforcement Fleet carried maintenance panels coated with VB7, the earlier Surface Zero formulation, less absorptive than Vanta Black 9 but still below natural background levels, that had been applied 3 years ago under a routine thermal management procurement. Nobody had considered those panels when designing the anomalous Null detection module, because why would they? The module was supposed to find human ships. The flagship was not a human ship. The PTAA system was flagging its own flagship as a potential threat every 4 seconds. The system was looking for darkness. The universe was full of darkness. The system had no validated mechanism to decide which darkness was a warship painted by a logistics officer with a spreadsheet and 14,000 liters of commercial coding, and which darkness was just the universe being the universe. Fleet Intelligence Commander Volkov received the full intelligence picture at 0341 hours and brought it to Okafor before bringing it to Chen. She had been in the operations briefing room since the Ghost Fleet activated, monitoring position feeds, cross-checking the degradation model against the activation timeline, running the calculations she always ran because the calculations were what she had instead of certainty, and certainty was not a condition available to logistics officers during combat operations. Volkov put the data dump on the table in front of her. PTAA false positive rate at display overflow. Logarithmic counter exceeded. Automated platforms disabled by Keth Soren's order at 0322. Sensor network non-functional for coordinated targeting across all 3 defensive layers. Blockade collapsed. Ghost Fleet extracting on pre-programmed extraction vector. Second wave consolidating the perimeter breach and establishing defensive posture at the cleared approach corridors. Sol Theater contact count. Human vessels destroyed during Operation Blackout. 0. She read it. All of it. The way she read everything. Linearly, without skimming, noting numbers. She pulled up the spreadsheet she had built at 4 in the morning in the Luna Station mess hall. The one that had started with a cross-reference between absorption profiles and sensor band specifications and ended with the number 0.0021. She looked at it for a long moment, the number that was smaller than 0.0003% by a margin of 0.0009, the margin that had no common usage name, the margin that had been large enough to hide an entire strike fleet inside the most sophisticated sensor network in the galaxy. She closed the spreadsheet, opened a new document, typed After Action Report, Project Void Coat, Operational Summary, under Objective Status, Achieved. Hegemony Sensor Network rendered operationally non-functional. Blockade of Sol broken. Under Sensor Network Status, PTAA Automated Engagement Authority disabled by Hegemony Command Decision at T plus 14 hours of recalibration cycle. Network generating an estimated 63,000 false positive anomalous null alerts per hour at time of this report. Effective networked detection capability, non-functional. Under fleet casualties, 0. She said it aloud to the empty briefing room. Fleet casualties, 0. Not to make it real. It was already real. To hear what it sounded like when the number was that particular number. After 2 years of kill ratio calculations and attrition projections and 11-week viability windows. After the spreadsheet and the requisition form and Kowalski's 90-minute shifts, and Adeyemi's 14 complaints, and the Diallo spillage index, and the driftwood flying past KV 7741 at 0.3 AU and coming back intact. 0. It sounded like a miracle. It sounded like a punchline. It sounded exactly like both of those things at once, and she did not have a word for the specific emotion of a number that managed to be both simultaneously. She added one final line to the report. Recommend follow-up procurement of Vantablack 9 for ongoing fleet maintenance. Supplier loyalty program remains active. Then, because she was a logistics officer, and logistics officers checked the supply chain, she opened the commercial news feed and confirmed what she already knew was there. The Drath Veni 900,000 liters had cleared their naval station's receiving depot 41 hours ago. The 17 minor species who had placed post-ruling orders were in various stages of receipt and application. Surface Zero's Europa facility had broken ground. 3 new competitors had entered the market, manufacturers on Krev, on Thanari Space, on a Drath Veni industrial platform, all announcing Vantablack equivalent product lines, all commercially classified under GCC Section 4412, subsection 7, paragraph B, all legally protected by the same tribunal ruling that had protected Okafor's original purchase, all approved by the same automated systems that had approved it in 0.3 seconds with a loyalty discount. The Hegemony's sensor supremacy had not been defeated by the Ghost Fleet's strike on Titan Station. The Ghost Fleet strike had been the demonstration. The proof that the sensor supremacy was already gone had been gone since the moment Okafor pressed submit on a commercial purchase order in the Luna Station mess hall at 0614 hours on a morning 2 months ago, and the Galactic Commerce Authority's automated system had processed it in 0.3 seconds and sent a loyalty discount. Outside the briefing room viewport, Luna's surface was gray and cratered and unchanged. It had been gray and cratered and unchanged for 4 billion years and would continue to be so regardless of what happened in the space above it. In 11 weeks, the attrition projection had said, humanity would be out of ships. The 11-week window had been the fact that started everything. The number that had sent Okafor to the mess hall at 0400 hours with a cold coffee and a captured sensor manual, looking for the section that nobody had thought to read. The number that had led to 14.7 credits per liter and a purchase order processed in 0.3 seconds. The number that was now, 2 months later, the historical context for a war that had ended differently than any projection had projected. Outside the viewport, Luna was gray and cratered. Inside the briefing room, the after-action report read, Fleet casualties, 0. Commander Reva Okafor, Fleet Logistics Division, closed the after-action report, folded her hands on the table, and sat in the silence of a war that had just ended in a way nobody had planned for, least of all her. Then she reached into her jacket pocket, felt the folded receipt paper. Order GAN 4412771B, 195,510 credits with the loyalty discount, and left it where it was. There would be a better time for it. Chapter 16. Decorative Purposes Only. 6 weeks after Operation Blackout, the Galactic Commerce Authority's weekly trade summary contained a line item that would have been incomprehensible to anyone reading it without context, and which was entirely self-explanatory to everyone who had context. Vantablack 9 and equivalent products. Unit sales increase versus prior year baseline, 23,000%. Not 23%, not 230%, 23,000. the kind of number that appears in economic data when a niche product becomes infrastructure overnight, when the market corrects for a 1,200-year information gap by ordering several million liters of paint simultaneously. Surface Zero Leonard had expanded from one production facility on Ganymede to 17 facilities across 9 systems in 6 weeks, running 3-shift operations at every site, carrying a 14-week order backlog that was growing rather than shrinking because the orders were arriving faster than the new facilities could reduce the queue. The expansion had been financed by a capital raise that Ket Varun had described at the shareholder meeting as the most straightforward financing process of his career, because every investor in the galaxy understood what the product did and why every species with a navy needed it, and because the tribunal ruling had made the product legally unassailable for the foreseeable future, and because the foreseeable future was long. The product catalog had expanded to 3 lines: VB9 military grade, identical formula, premium packaging, triple the price, for buyers who wanted a label saying military rather than the operational absurdity of deploying commercial house paint as their primary strategic deterrent. The Fleet Application Kit, bundling primer and sprayer nozzles pre-bored to Kowalski's 2mm modification, the specification had been posted anonymously in a military maintenance forum and attributed to a Luna Station NCO whose identity Kowalski had declined to confirm or deny, with an instruction manual titled Your First Void, a beginner's guide to total electromagnetic absorption. The residential line, same GCC classification as everything else, which had sold 40,000 units in its first week to buyers who had no military application in mind but found the concept appealing, or wanted a very dark room, or were simply curious what it felt like to paint something that stopped looking like a thing. Ket Varun, reading his prepared statement at the shareholder meeting, thanked Lieutenant Commander Okafor for what he described as the most effective product demonstration in commercial history. Sales are up 23,000%. We are expanding to 17 facilities. We are hiring. Hartley filed the statement as Exhibit 19. The customer list was a geopolitical earthquake rendered as a purchase order log. The Drath Vani Confederacy, 900,000 liters, fleet-wide application confirmed, their entire navy now operating below the MSTA's minimum discrimination threshold. A navy that had been the second largest in the galaxy was now the galaxy's largest ghost fleet, invisible to every sensor array that had not been recalibrated against Vantablack signatures, and none of them had been, because the only recalibrated sensor array in the galaxy was the PTAA network, and the PTAA network had rendered itself non-functional in the attempt. The Krev Dominion, the Hegemony's closest economic ally, the species whose arbiter had written the 2-vote dissent in the tribunal ruling, had placed an order for 340,000 liters through a commercial subsidiary structured to avoid direct attribution to the Krev government, which attribution was unnecessary since the Commerce Authority's systems processed commercial orders without regard to the identity politics of the buyer's corporate structure. The Thanari Collective, the Osk Republic, the Pelin Trade Union, 14 independent systems, 2 hegemony client states that had not yet formally defected but were conducting defensive procurement on the assumption that the hegemony's protection was a declining asset and it was advisable to arrange alternatives. One Vel'Kari private military contractor operating from a non-aligned system under a shell company name that fooled nobody, but was legally irrelevant since the purchase was legal regardless of the buyer's identity. The Hegemony's diplomatic corps was attempting to manage the consequences through the usual channels: bilateral meetings, treaty consultations, quiet pressure applied to client states through economic levers. The usual channels were not designed for a situation where the leverage that had made the Hegemony's position valuable, "we can see you and you cannot hide," had been neutralized by a commercial product that cost 14.7 credits per liter and was available to every registered buyer in the galaxy under a classification the Hegemony's own commerce authority had certified. You could not threaten a species with sensor coverage that the species had already negated. The threat required the credibility of detection, and detection was a product that Surface Zero Limited was now selling a countermeasure to in 17 production facilities across 9 systems. The client states were not declaring independence. They were filing paperwork. Treaties were coming up for review in light of changed strategic conditions. Mutual defense obligations were being reassessed in accordance with current capabilities assessments. Trade agreements were entering renegotiation periods per the standard review clause. The language was diplomatic, careful, and legally precise. The meaning was not. Species that had operated under the Hegemony's protective umbrella for centuries were conducting the administrative dissolution of their relationship with a power whose core value proposition, information supremacy, the certainty of being seen and found and reached, was now available to any registered commercial buyer for 14.7 credits per liter. The Hegemony's diplomatic corps was working the usual channels. The usual channels were not designed for this specific problem, because the usual channels assumed that the leverage existed. You pressured a client state by reminding them that you could see them. The reminder required the capability to be credible. The capability required a sensor network. The sensor network was generating 63,000 false positive alerts per hour in a degraded manual operation state and would take 6 to 8 years to rebuild to pre-Vanta Black specification. And when it was rebuilt, it still would not be effective against Vanta Black, because the solution to Vanta Black was a variable threshold system that the Military Procurement Board had declined to fund 532 years ago on cost grounds. And the cost of building that system now was a number that had not yet been calculated because nobody had yet asked the architects to calculate it, because the architects were busy managing the existing 4.1 trillion credit rebuild estimate. Vel'Kari Homeworld, Council of Primacy. Admiral Keth Soren stood at the briefing podium in the council chamber, a room designed by the architects of a 3,000-year empire to convey the permanence and authority of the Hegemony's governance structure. Vast, stone-faced, resonant, every surface engineered to remind the people in it that they were the custodians of a galactic order that had outlasted civilizations. Keth Soren had stood in this room 12 times in 4 centuries. They had never stood in it to deliver a report like this one. They delivered it without embellishment, numbers, status, assessment. The register they used for all reports, because all reports were either accurate or they were not, and Decoration did not change the numbers. Ships lost in the Sol campaign, 47, including 3 destroyed by automated friendly fire from a platform acting on Hegemony sensor data under a threshold the Hegemony had authorized. Sensor network status, PTAA, non-functional for coordinated targeting. Full architectural rebuild required at an estimated cost of 4.1 trillion credits over a timeline of 6 to 8 standard years, during which degraded manual operation was possible, but networked detection capability would remain unavailable. Blockade status, collapsed. Human fleet status, fully operational, 0 combat losses during Operation Blackout. Galactic sensor parity status. The MSTA advantage was permanently and irreversibly neutralized. A fully rebuilt network, even at the pre-Vantablack specification, would be functionally ineffective against any fleet coded in commercially available Vantablack or equivalent product. 17 competing manufacturers were now in production. A council member asked the question, "Admiral, how did this happen? How did a species with a fraction of our resources, a fraction of our technology, a fraction of our military capability, defeat the most advanced sensor network in the galaxy?" Keth Soren's answer was one sentence. "They read our technical manual more carefully than we did." The eruption that followed lasted 40 seconds. Keth Soren waited for it to subside the way they had waited for storms for 4 centuries, without moving, without reacting, without showing anything that the situation had not already placed on their face. When the chamber quieted, the MDT vulnerability had been documented. A 2,294 technical review of the original MSTA architecture had flagged the minimum discrimination threshold as a theoretical attack surface. Any material with aggregate reflectivity below 0.003% would be invisible to the network by design. The review had recommended a variable threshold system capable of adapting to anomalous null patterns. The recommendation had been passed to the Military Procurement Board. The Military Procurement Board had declined it on cost grounds. Estimated cost of the variable threshold upgrade, 12 million credits. The Procurement Board saved 12 million credits, Keth Soren said. The cost of that savings is the hegemony. The chamber was silent in the way that rooms go silent when a statement contains no new information, but makes unavoidable what everyone has been treating as avoidable. The hegemony's dominance had been built on a system with a known, documented, costed, rejected upgrade. The margin between what the sensor network was and what it could have been was 12 million credits, and one procurement board's budget decision, made 532 years ago in a quarterly review meeting that had lasted, according to the archived minutes, 47 minutes, and which had declined the variable threshold upgrade on the grounds that the theoretical attack surface it addressed had never been exploited in 8 centuries of system operation and was therefore categorized as low probability. The probability had been low because no commercial material with sub-MDT absorption characteristics had existed at the time of the review. 3 years after the review, Surface Zero Limited had filed patent GANPAT 2831-0094 for optical baffling material for precision instrument interiors. Nobody on the Military Procurement Board had been a materials scientist. Nobody on the Military Procurement Board had read the Surface Zero patent filing. Nobody on the Military Procurement Board had connected the commercial patent to the technical review from 3 years prior, because why would they? The review was filed. The patent was filed. 12 million credits were saved. A logistics officer with cold coffee and a captured technical manual had read the footnote that the procurement board had decided was not worth 12 million credits. The footnote had cost the hegemony considerably more than 12 million. The final accounting was not yet complete, but it was trending toward the cost of an entire galactic order. Every species that had feared the MSTA's detection range was doing the arithmetic Okafor had done. The math was not complicated. It had never been complicated. It required a sensor manual, a materials science database, and the willingness to read footnotes at 4 in the morning in an empty mess hall, because the alternative was watching the attrition projections tick toward zero. A junior aide crossed the chamber floor and placed a message tablet on the podium beside Keth Soren's brief. Keth Soren glanced at it without changing their expression. Read it once. Set it beside the prepared remarks they had already delivered in full. I have a final item. The chamber, still quiet from the 12 million credits moment, held its quiet. The Drath-Veni Confederacy has formally withdrawn from the Hegemony's Mutual Security Compact, effective immediately. The Drath-Veni ambassador's public statement was 4 sentences long and cited changed strategic conditions. The compact had been predicated on the Hegemony's ability to guarantee security through information superiority. That guarantee no longer held. The Drath-Veni were making their own arrangements. The statement did not specify what those arrangements were, because the arrangements were 900,000 liters of Vanta Black 9 applied to a navy that was already the second largest in the galaxy, and which was now invisible to every sensor array the Hegemony had, and anyone who wanted to know more could access the Galactic Commerce Authority's purchase records under the standard commercial transparency requirements the Hegemony had written and ratified. Not through war. Through a withdrawal notice filed with the Compact's administrative registry, meeting every procedural requirement, processed by a queue that did not have a category for "This filing ends the alliance structure underpinning galactic governance for 12 centuries." Keth Soren stood at the podium in the vast stone chamber and did not say anything else. The numbers had said everything. The 12 million credits, the 47 ships, the 0 human losses, the 23,000%, the withdrawal notice on the tablet beside their brief. The galaxy the Hegemony had governed for 3,000 years had been built on the certainty that they could see everything, and the certainty had cost 12 million credits, less than it should have. And a logistics officer with a cold coffee at 4 in the morning had found the gap and purchased something to fill it for 14.7 credits per liter with a 5% loyalty discount on the second order. The reorganization had already begun. It would continue for considerably longer than it had taken to start. The Hegemony's position in the galaxy had never rested on military force alone. It rested on the credibility of military force, the knowledge, shared by every species in their sphere, that defiance was visible and visibility meant consequences. The MSTA had been the instrument of that credibility for 3,000 years. Every treaty signed under Hegemony oversight had been signed in the shadow of sensors that could find any violator anywhere in the galaxy. Every client-state relationship had been maintained by the implicit understanding that the Hegemony could see them, could reach them, could demonstrate consequences with precision and speed. The military force was real. The credibility was the force multiplier. The credibility was gone, the force was diminished, and the species that had made their calculations based on both were now making new calculations, filing new paperwork, and ordering new paint. Keth Soren descended from the podium at the conclusion of the session. Outside the council chamber, a message was waiting, a diplomatic communique from the Krev Dominion requesting a bilateral consultation on the terms of their mutual defense treaty. The Krev Dominion was the Hegemony's closest ally. They were also, as of 3 weeks prior, the holders of 340,000 liters of commercially classified decorative surface coating and the most recent entrants in a buying spree that showed no sign of slowing. The consultation would be cordial and inconclusive. The Hegemony knew what it meant. The Krev knew what it meant. The paperwork would reflect neither of those things, because paperwork was how civilizations ended things they did not want to name directly. Chapter 17. The Receipt. Conference Hall 3 at Station Neutral was not Arbitration Chamber 1. It was smaller, lower-ceilinged, designed for working sessions rather than ceremonial rulings. A long table, 14 seats, recording equipment along one wall, a single chair positioned at the near end facing the commission. No elevation differential. No architectural grammar communicating that what happened here was larger than the people in it. A chair at a table, and the person in it answering questions. Commander Reva Okafor sat in the chair. She had been promoted twice since Operation Blackout. The first promotion 3 weeks after, the second 6 weeks after that, each one recorded in her personnel file with the administrative brevity of a system that had not yet developed a standard template for this specific career trajectory. She still wore logistics insignia, the branch marking of an officer whose professional domain was supply chains, fuel consumption projections, and replacement part forecasting. She had never filed a weapons certification. She had never commanded a vessel in combat. She had never attended tactical academy or served on a fleet operations staff or held any position that a standard naval career rubric would have identified as the kind of position from which you ended wars. The Joint Human Galactic Strategic Assessment Commission had been convened to assess the strategic implications of what official documentation was calling the Vantablack incident. With the careful neutrality of bodies that needed to refer to a thing without naming a victor, though the numbers made the designation academic. 14 commissioners, 7 human, representing the combined fleet command structure, the diplomatic corps, and the civilian government that had authorized the Hegemony War and was now adjusting to a strategic environment that no longer resembled the one in which the authorization had been given. 7 non-aligned representing species who had been observers at the tribunal, whose governments had since placed purchase orders, and who were now attempting to understand the full operational and doctrinal implications of the coding they were applying to their own fleets. The Drath Vani commissioner sat at the far end of the table. Their navy was currently under application at 17 separate naval depots. They had technical questions about the degradation model. Okafor gave her testimony the way she gave all reports, flat, precise, in complete sentences without adjectives she would not have used in a procurement brief. The commission had been briefed on the broad outlines: the Ghost Fleet, Operation Blackout, the censor cascade, the tribunal ruling, the galactic buying spree. They needed the detail, the number behind each decision, the specific technical reasoning at each step. The part of the story that happened before the outcomes, the part that made the outcomes make sense. She gave them that part. All of it. She walked the commission through the full timeline. The attrition projections, fleet starting strength 4,214, current strength 340 at the time of the discovery, weekly attrition rate 29.7 ships, replacement construction rate 0.4 ships per week, viability window 11.45 weeks rounded down to 11. The number she had typed into a spreadsheet at 0347 hours in a half-empty operations center and sent to Admiral Chen's morning briefing queue before going to get coffee. The MDT discovery, Hegemony MSTA calibration parameters, minimum discrimination threshold, 0.003% aggregate reflectivity, captured technical manual from wrecked Vel'Kari probe 18 months prior, night watch in the Luna Station mess hall at 0400 hours, calibration parameters, section on page 614, of a 912-page document that everybody had read the first 300 pages of and nobody had continued. The absorption calculation, Vantablack 9, 99.965% absorption across 200 nanometers to 14 micrometers, aggregate reflectivity at 3 code application 0.0021% below the 0.003 threshold by 0.0009%. A margin that had no common usage name, degradation model 2.3% effectiveness loss per standard day. Effective operational window approximately 40 standard days. The legal analysis, Armament Classification Treaty Article 14, designed interpreted under the 2851 Amendment as the manufacturer's documented original intent, Patent GAN Pat 2, 1831-0094, Optical Baffling Material for Precision Instrument Interiors, GCC Section 4412, Subsection 7, Paragraph B, Non-Restricted Industrial Surface Coatings, Decorative, the Procurement, Order, GAN 4, 41277881B, 14,000 liters, total cost 195,510 credits with the loyalty discount, processed in 0.3 seconds by the Galactic Commerce Authority's automated system, which checked the credit balance and the restricted product list and found both satisfactory and moved to the next item in the queue. She presented data tables, hull surface area calculations by vessel class, corvettes at 9,400 square meters, frigates at 17,800, destroyers at 28,400, coating coverage rates at recommended 3 code application thickness, 8.2 square meters per liter. Total program cost broken down by line item, including medical treatment for 3 cargo bay injuries at 1,200 credits, agricultural section compensation for redirected grow lamps at 430 credits, and safety complaint processing fees for AUDIOBOOK S, 14 filings, 0 credits, waived, but included in the official record because accurate logistics documentation required accounting for all variables, including the ones that cost nothing. The complete sprayer nozzle modification log. 4 nozzles bored out by 2 millimeters by Chief Petty Officer Kowalski using a drill and salvaged stock, 0 credits, annotated in the procurement record as improvised equipment modification per maintenance authorization protocol. The production timeline, 20 ships, 9 days, 3 bays, 174 crew, 90-minute respirator shifts around the clock. Adeyemi had been present in the commission gallery to ensure his complaints were entered into the official record. He had submitted a written statement describing each complaint with the specificity of a man who had been filing correct safety reports into a void of waivers for 2 months, and was determined that posterity would know he had been right about the ventilation situation. The Diallo Spillage Index, 60 liters across 3 incidents, now an official Luna Station logistics metric, calibrated in liters per Diallo, formally defined in Station Administrative Order 714 as the anticipated coefficient of product waste per maintenance operation for high-viscosity industrial coatings in enclosed environments, was entered into the official record at Petty Officer First Class Diallo's request. His position was that if his name was going to appear in the history of the most consequential logistics operation in human history, it should appear in the documents. She answered questions for 3 hours. How had she identified the MDT specification in the captured probe documentation? She had read the calibration parameters section, which was on page 614, because she read documents from start to finish. How had she selected Vanta Black 9 over other commercially available absorptive materials? It was the only option that met the reflectivity threshold at a price fundable through a standard logistics requisition without additional authorization levels. Had she anticipated the PTAA anomaly cascade? No. The friendly fire incident? No. The tribunal ruling's galactic precedent implications? No. The recalibration paradox? No. Operation Blackout's specific form? No. A commissioner from the Pellin Trade Union asked whether she had considered the geopolitical implications of her purchase at the time she made it. Okafor considered the question for 2 seconds. I considered whether the product would reduce aggregate reflectivity below 0.003%. It did. The geopolitical implications were downstream of that. The Drathveni commissioner asked the final question. They had been present through 3 hours of testimony, 3 hours of data tables and degradation models and safety complaint tallies, and a detailed account of how a logistics officer with a consumer-grade terminal had dismantled the most sophisticated military architecture in the galaxy. They asked it with the directness of a species that had just committed 900,000 liters and wanted to understand the full picture of what they had purchased. Commander Okafor, you are a logistics officer. No combat training, no weapons certification, no tactical command experience. You have been credited with the single most consequential military operation in the history of the Sol Hegemony War. How do you account for this? Okafor held the question for 4 seconds. 4 seconds was her standard interval for questions that required accuracy. The Hegemony built a military doctrine around the assumption that superior technology guarantees superior outcomes. They invested trillions in sensors that could see everything. They wrote treaties to prevent anyone from developing countermeasures. They created a system so comprehensive, so advanced, so certain that they stopped asking whether it had blind spots. I didn't outfight them. I didn't outthink them. I read their sensor manual, I found the number they were filtering as noise, and I bought a product that put us below that number. The technology worked exactly as designed. Their technology worked exactly as designed. The only thing that failed was the assumption that no one would read the footnotes. The room was quiet for a moment that felt longer than its actual duration. Then Okafor reached into her uniform jacket. She removed a single sheet of printout paper. She unfolded it. 2 folds, the creases worn smooth from 2 months in the same pocket. She placed it on the table in front of the commission. It was the original purchase confirmation for order, scan 441-27781B, printed on standard commercial receipt stock, slightly creased. The Surface Zero Lelidid tagline printed at the bottom in the company's cheerful house font. It read, Galactic Commerce Authority, Transaction, Confirmation, Order now began 4412-7781B. Buyer, Luna Station, Maintenance Division, Earth Combined Fleet. Supplier, Surface Zero Lelidid, Ganymede Commercial Depot. Product, Vanta Black 9. Industrial Coating, Decorative Surface Treatment. Quantity, 14,000 liters unit. Price, 14.7 credits per liter. Subtotal, 205,800 credits loyalty discount, 5%. Minus 10,290 credits. Total, 195,510 credits. Intended use, decorative surface treatment, hull refurbishment. Authorizing regulation, GCC, Power 4412.7b, non-restricted industrial surface coatings, decorative status, approved, 0.3 seconds. Thank you for your purchase. Surface, 0 litres. When darkness is the point. She placed it on the table. She did not explain it. She did not contextualize it. She did not invite the commission to consider its significance or draw connections to the testimony she had just given. She let it sit on the table and be what it was. A commercial purchase receipt printed on standard stock, carrying a product category of decorative, authorized by a code that governed paint. The commissioners looked at it. A receipt. Commercial receipt stock, slightly creased, the kind of document that existed in billions of copies across the Hegemony's commercial network, processed and filed and forgotten by the automated systems that generated them. This one had a product category of decorative surface treatment, an authorizing regulation from the standard commerce code governing paint, an approval time of 0.3 seconds, a total of 195,510 credits, with a loyalty discount that had been triggered automatically by the Repeat Customer Rewards program because Okafor had placed a second order, and the second order had made her a repeat customer, and repeat customers got 5% off. On the other side of the ledger, in the accounting that the Commission was convened to assess, the MSTA development program, 2.7 trillion credits over 847 years of refinement. The Keth Soren Line defensive infrastructure, 840 billion credits to construct, maintain, and operate. The PTAA predictive intelligence system, 190 billion credits, 8 centuries of operational improvement, 14.2 billion contacts classified with a false positive rate of 0.0003%. 47 Vel'Kari warships, 342 crew killed by their own platform, acting on their own sensor data under their own authorized confidence threshold. The Mutual Security Compact, 1,200 years in the construction, dissolved by a withdrawal notice in an administrative queue. The client-state network, 3,000 years in the building, dissolving through politely filed paperwork. All of it. Undone by a logistics officer who read a footnote, bought some paint, and filed the paperwork correctly. The Drath Veni commissioner looked at the receipt for a long moment. They looked at the header line. They looked at the product description. They looked at the total and the loyalty discount line beneath the subtotal and the authorizing regulation and the processing time. 195,510 credits. A pause. With a loyalty discount. Another pause. Longer. The specific length of a pause that precedes a statement the speaker has already completed internally and is choosing to deliver aloud because the statement deserves to exist in the record. Commander, I believe this may be the most cost-effective military operation in recorded history. Okafor looked at the receipt. The discount helped. She stood. She collected the receipt from the table, folded it 2 folds, the same folds it had held for 2 months in the same pocket, returned it to her jacket, nodded once to the commission, not a bow, not a gesture of particular significance, just the nod of someone who had answered the questions she was asked and was finished. Walked to the door. The door closed behind her, the soft click of the latch settling, then silence. The recording equipment hummed. 14 commissioners sat at a long table in Conference Hall 3 at Station Neutral, with a receipt in the space where a witness had been, and the silence had the specific quality of rooms that have just witnessed something they will spend a great deal of time trying to account for. Then, faintly, so faintly the room was not certain it heard it, the cheerful ping of a Galactic Commerce Authority order confirmation. A single, clean, digital chime, the standard confirmation tone of a commercial system approving a routine transaction, cheerful and indifferent in the way of systems that processed 1 billion orders a day and had no category for the significance of any of them. The exact same chime that had sounded at 0614 hours on the morning Okafor had pressed submit and waited 0.3 seconds for the system to decide that the credit was good and the product was legal and the transaction was approved. Somewhere, someone had just bought more paint.